Chapter 1528. The news brought by William had a profound impact on the peace conference. The next morning, before the morning dew had dried, the Grand Master of the Fanzhen Knight Regiment bade farewell to the representatives of the participating countries and set off north to return to the Fanzhen Empire. If the northern defense line fell, the entire Fanzhen region would be defenseless in the coming war. The worst-case scenario would be that they would have to go into exile with the Cruz Empire to Xianxia. Considering that the worst-case scenario was very likely to happen, the envoys of the 10 cities and Eloranta also bade farewell. The people had to prepare for the disaster in advance. After a large number of representatives left, the atmosphere in Mangther became tense, but the relationships between the people became even closer. The quarrels between different races that could be seen occasionally before had now disappeared without a trace. Perhaps it was because they no longer had the heart to argue, or perhaps it was because the underlying emotions of sharing the same breath and fate made people find more common ground. But all in all, in the face of the inevitable disaster, the people were surprisingly silent and united. The number of boastful people decreased, but the number of people doing things increased. People began to pragmatically discuss the future of Wonde. Some people suggested that the wilderness of the Four Realms had now accepted too many refugees from Cruz, Toquinen, and Hazel. It had greatly exceeded its capacity. Many civilians had no clothes or food. Many people had died in the last winter, and even more people could not survive the colder winter this year. Even in the summer, the spread of various diseases claimed many lives. Many nobles were willing to donate their wealth to contribute to the war, but at this time, wealth had lost its meaning. The Wind Elves could not produce enough food and other materials to feed the population of 2 or 3 empires. Although the population of Cruz, Toquinen, and Hazel had been greatly reduced, the old and frail often fell on the migration road. Lord Lorendale proposed that the Wind Elves give up a piece of land to the refugees, from the east of White Mountain to the wilderness of the Four Realms. There were not many Wind Elves living in these places. Letting the refugees settle, cultivate and develop production there could also alleviate the Wind Elves' lack of productivity caused by the lack of population. As for the next 1 or 2 years, the Wind Elves' food storage could barely support them, although there was a risk of using up all the emergency supplies in Xianxia. But the far-sighted Isdeville also saw clearly that if they could not cope with the present, then there was no future to speak of. 2 years later, the redeveloped wilderness of the Four Realms would be able to support the war. The generosity of the Wind Elves had touched the hearts of every participating country present. The Silver Bay region and even the countries of the Great Plains all stood up and expressed their willingness to accept immigrants from the Farnazane and Eloranta regions. In order to preserve the integrity of the power of the 2 empires, the countries of the Great Plains even took the initiative to plan a joint division of the territory, creating another Farnazane and Eloranta on the Great Plains. This was an unimaginably grand plan in the history of civilization. More than 40 large and small kingdoms and principalities took the initiative to cede their territory in order to rebuild a powerful empire. No one shirked from this plan, and no one retreated from this plan. Everyone was enthusiastic, and it developed to the point that the Grand Master of the Supreme Judgment Knight was moved to tears on the spot. What was the consciousness of civilization? This was the consciousness of civilization. In the face of a real disaster, the choice of civilization was not to regress, but to save itself spontaneously. As a society, every individual chose to give up their own interests and submit to the future of the whole. This was because this was the pursuit of beauty and progress. When people were used to everything today, they would not go back and accept the barbaric era of eating raw meat and drinking blood. Today, whether he was a noble or a commoner, a king or a beggar, everyone sat there as equals, discussing about tomorrow, the future, and hope. The huge bureaucratic system that had been accumulated for thousands of years by various countries was operating with unprecedented efficiency at this moment. Only in such an era could you see such noble officials who did not shirk off and procrastinate. Everyone displayed the greatest practical enthusiasm, and all the red tape was cut and simplified. Only 2 days later, Cruz and the nobles of Xianxia finalized the plan of reclamation of the wilderness of the 4 territories, dividing the area, and settling the refugees. A week later, the first batch of refugees had already begun to rebuild their homes with the help of the officials. Half a month later, a complete battle plan was drawn up, and the generals reached a consensus. If the worst-case scenario occurred, then the Cruz people, the Wind Elves, the Madara people, the Lion Men of Toquinen, the Hazel people, and the Erewhon people must launch an autumn offensive against the wilderness of the 4 territories, from the east to Anzaruta and the south to Anslova in the south, from the Evergreen Corridor to Metz in the east, and from Ludwig in the south to Fanzhen in the north. They hoped to recover Cruz, the White Plains, and the Hazel Highlands before the real battle. The number of troops used in this war was as high as 1.2 million, which was almost an unimaginable number in this era. It was almost more than the total number of troops used in all the wars in the past century, including the Second Holy War. In order to ensure the coordination of 1.2 million troops under the command conditions of this era, under the suggestion of the leader of the goddess of war, Andrea, Brando requested Ekus to open up the authority of the dragon of war, Tiamat, through the witches. These 36 groups of satellites called Tiamat, suspended outside the elemental boundary of Wond, in addition to being a platform for space-based weapons, were in fact the central command system of the Earth Guard. The Bugas and their servants would prepare for the logistics of this army. More than 4 floating fleets would not only provide firepower support on the battlefield, but also participate in the logistics of the route. The Silver Wizards also promised that they would start the production line at full capacity, and produce more than 1,000 transport ships of various types in the coming year. Valhalla, on the other hand, gave up their cloud giant craftsmen, allowing this plan to be realized a full 3 months earlier. Saint-Tassol, Silver Bay, and the large and small countries of the Great Plains took the initiative to give up their various private or state-owned mines, unifying the limited resources and concentrating them in the hands of the Bugas. This was because only the Silver Wizards could produce the best war equipment in this world, and these silver people who mastered the knowledge of the world began to impart their knowledge to the mortals for the first time. At the beginning of autumn in the year of the Swift, the first batch of more than 7,000 human and elven craftsmen entered Connect and several other wizard cities, and began to learn more about the legacy of the craftsmen. A month before the start of the war, bad news came from Fanzan. Although the Light Templar had tried many methods, the Elven Queen of the Great Glacier had yet to send back any news indicating that the Allied army was still alive. In the middle of October, someone discovered traces of the Twilight Army near the Winter Sunset Mountains, which was less than 300 miles away from the 10 cities. The evacuation had begun. Although Fanzan, Atlanta, and the 10 cities had already begun to evacuate their citizens in an orderly manner a month ago, and with the help of the Bugas and the Dragons, more than 1/10 of the population had been transported to Saint-Tassol and the Great Plains in the past month. But when the real evacuation began, people found that there was still too little time left for them. The scene that had happened to the Cruz people was now repeating itself to the Fanzan people and the Wild Elves. Everyone who saw with their own eyes the misery of the lower-class people who had migrated with their families was sad. But this was a fact that could not be changed. Because everyone knew that if they stayed, only death would await them. Only by leaving would there be a glimmer of hope. The Bugas were fully mobilized, and before the war in the south, all the floating fleets, even the Cruz, Saint-Tassol and Erewhon, had supported their fleets to transport the refugees. But even so, the countries in the north lost nearly 1/4 of their population in the migration. This was not just a shocking number. It was the disappearance of many living beings. And this debt would eventually be repaid by someone. When the news reached the south, the people calmly accepted everything. Perhaps it was because in the past 3 months, they had deduced everything countless times in their hearts, and when the worst moment really came, they were already prepared. In Mankator, the generals began to repeatedly deduce the plans for the upcoming war. The alliance had rehearsed this war more than once in the wilderness of the 4 territories, and everyone, from the commanders to the soldiers, had long been prepared for this war. At the end of October, the 7 fleets returned to the wilderness of the 4 territories, and the dark clouds of war covered the east of Saint-Tassol. It was late autumn. A year ago, the Kurlutzians fled their homeland like stray dogs and came to this strange land. A year ago, the Hazel people and the nobles of Cloak Bay put aside their former enmity and made a covenant that would change the world. It was also a year ago that the rotten system of the Kingdom of Erewhon finished its last step, and the dawn of a new life was on the horizon. More than 300,000 troops from various areas of the wilderness of the 4 territories began to rush to the front lines, arriving at the position of the first arrow of attack on the 3 fronts. Thousands of Buga craftsmen and wizards watched the long march on the ground from the sky, and everyone understood the significance of this war. The enemy in Cruz was the weakest of the 3 armies of Dusk, and its leader, Dragon God Bahamut, had died in the first year of the battle. As long as the alliance could cut off this arm before the 2 armies of Dusk arrived, they would be able to gain a wider rear before the final battle. At that time, the Alkash region and the Erewhon region would be like 2 impregnable fortresses, one in the north and one in the south, resisting the invasion of Dusk. Coincidentally, the only 2 fortresses of the human race since the Age of the Gods happened to be located in these 2 places. But perhaps this was not a coincidence, but the last gift left by the gods to the mortals of this era. People were more willing to believe in this goodwill from the ancient times, because it not only represented a promise, but more importantly, it represented the endless heritage of Wu's civilization. The people of yesterday, today, and in the future, looked out for each other, passed on the torch, and guarded this world of order. But this was just the beginning. It could not affect the passive defensive position of the people in this war. Fortunately, the mortals were not powerless to fight back. After a series of meetings, the representatives left Mangter one by one and returned to their home countries to prepare for war. In Silver Bay, supporting two allied forces in a decisive battle outside was already the limit of what the region could bear. However, after the magical technology of the Hazel people's assistance had fully blossomed, the further development of productivity might lead to deep changes in society. However, the states of Silver Bay had already united to prepare for such a change. A gradually unified country may be established in the next 2 or 3 years. This country would implement a republican system, led by the White Wolf Blade Master, Brank. At that time, a powerful kingdom not inferior to the 4 great empires would appear in the Silver Bay area, increasing the strength of the human race. On the Great Plains, the work of the Bugas and the 9 Phoenix people was still not over. They still had to continue to encircle the Centaur army and clear the obstacles for the rear of the civilization. It was conceivable that in the near future, the plains where the Black Dwarves rose would once again become the center of the fire of civilization in the war that would last for an unknown period of time. The evacuation of the north continued, and it would be carried out together with the autumn offensive. The most optimistic estimate of the Bugas was that it would take at least a year for the 3 regions to recover. But for the soldiers of Fanzan and Elaranta, they had to wipe away their tears and embark on the journey. Just earlier this month, many mercenary organizations from the 10 cities area took the initiative to join the war. And as more and more representatives left, Mangter began to regain its former tranquility. The main part of the peace conference was also announced to be over, but the conference continued in another way, but its scale became smaller and the level of confidentiality became higher. In the Kurlutz military camp, there were only 10 people in a small tent, but these 10 people were all important figures in this war. Brando, William, Solomon, Istavil, the Lord of Lorendale, the great druids Grey Fury and Sifrid, the Grand Commander of the Supreme Judgment Knights, the Dwarf King Califen, the Lion Prince Nair Fisher, the Great Saint Vala, and the King of Erewhon Haruz. Everyone had a slightly serious expression on their faces. There was no doubt that they were going to discuss something that could affect the future of the land of Wond. William and Solomon sat on the left and right sides of the long table, second only to the main seat of Brando. After a few months of recuperation, the wizard leader's complexion had improved a lot, but his face was still pale. As for his strength, it had dropped by several levels. He admitted that it was impossible for him to recover to his previous level without more than a year of recuperation. And even then, there would be some effects left on him. But in any case, to be able to escape from the hands of the king of all races was a matter of pride for anyone. In the era of the War of the Gods, every lord under the Twilight Dragon was an opponent comparable to or even stronger than the gods of Erewhon. The number of gods who died in their hands was not just 1 or 2. Before everyone spoke, Solomon cast a silver magic shield to cover the entire venue, although the venue itself was only the size of a table. The other 7 wizards were not surprised by his actions. Although there were only a few people participating in this meeting, it was extremely important. More importantly, it hid information that could be coveted by the Twilight Dragon at any time. When everything was ready, Solomon opened his mouth. Everything that you have heard today may be related to the life and death of the entire civilized world, so I hope that you can maintain a minimum of silence. This discussion will end the moment we leave this place, and all secrets should only exist in your hearts. After we leave this place, I don't want others to talk about it. Sifrid had a strange expression on her face, and she asked in a childish voice, "Are we discussing how to deal with the Twilight Dragon, Lord Solomon?" After being carefully taught and nurtured by the druids, this little girl from the Green Village was no longer the ignorant little girl from before. She was engaged in important work in Valhalla, and the Cloud Giants were very fond of her. Now, in front of Solomon and William, she was neither servile nor overbearing. Because she was the inheritor of the goddess of the forest, she must live up to her identity. "Yes, Your Highness Sifrid. But it will not only determine whether we can defeat the Twilight Dragon, but it will also affect the Flame King's safety." Solomon's eyes were fixed on Sifrid's face as he spoke. "Yes, Your Highness. But it will not only determine whether we can defeat the Twilight Dragon, it will also affect the Flame King's safety. Brando could not help but look at Solomon. He did not expect the usually serious Wizard King to have a meticulous side. He obviously knew about the relationship between him and Sifrid, otherwise he would not have said such words. And the effect of this sentence was obviously excellent. Not only did Sifrid become serious, but even Haru's face tensed up. The others more or less became serious, not because of Brando, but because of the former. Mortals could only passively defend against the Twilight Dragon, but blindly defending could never lead to the final victory of the Twilight War. Everyone knew who their real enemy was, and once the Twilight Dragon awakened, this world would no longer have the power to resist. The only thing they could rely on was the last chance that Lady Martha gave them. A chance to turn defeat into victory. So, what is the Throne of Destiny? The Lion Man Prince, Nair Fisher, was the first to ask this question. As the representative of the Temple of Earth, he had only recently been allowed to join this meeting. But it was not only because of his identity, but also because of Toquinen's geographical location and its relationship with Erewhon. The Lion Men would be one of the most important allies of the Erewhon people in this war. It could be said that this prince was important because of Erewhon, but at this time, he was not in the mood to care about this detail. You can say that the Throne of Destiny is the highest authority of the Tiamat Code. Brando answered briefly. Then it is Martha's authority? Brando shook his head. In fact, it has far more authority than Martha. Nair Fisher's eyes widened. How is that possible? Our world was created by Martha and the divine people. Although Lady Martha has the highest authority, the first generation of divine people also had the same authority. And as the creators of the Tiamat Code, they were actually given an even more important authority, and that is to restart our world. Brando explained. Restart the world? Vala asked. Is it the disasters that destroyed the world several times in the Pale Epic? Yes, although the destruction of the world in the Pale Epic was brought about by the Dusk Emperor, it was not the Dusk Emperor who did it. However, it wasn't done by the Twilight Dragon himself. Instead, it was a way for the gods and their people to protect themselves. It was because of this method that our world was able to survive until today. But today, after the gods and divine people left one by one, and even in the last war, during the Battle of Azure, for various reasons, this authority has been mentioned from beginning to end. And now, the heavy responsibility of finding the whereabouts of this authority may fall on us, because it may be the only way to fight back against the Dusk Emperor. Nair Fisher asked again, Our method is also to restart this world? No, Brando shook his head. Repeating the cycle is not good for this world, but there are many disadvantages. It is because of this that Lady Martha was determined to end this cycle of fate. She may have left us another method, but we don't know anything about it yet. When he said, we don't know, he seemed to be slightly stunned and paused. But after a moment of absent-mindedness, before everyone had time to notice, Brando continued. But this does not mean that there are people who are not acting with this purpose. You must understand that there are many people who are looking for the Throne of Destiny, and it is not just us. Among the people present, only Roman noticed Brando's absent-mindedness and could not help but look at him deeply. And Brando's student, Haruz, also noticed that his teacher's expression was a little strange. But he shook his little head, thinking that it was just his imagination. Because on such an occasion, everyone would more or less have some worries in their hearts. Even if their beliefs were firm, when faced with the uncertain future, they could not help but feel depressed. Many people? The great druid asked sharply. That sounds like it is not just the Dusk Dragon. Brendel glanced at him and nodded. He then gave a brief account of his experiences since leaving Kurlutz. He mainly described the plan of the Dragon Queen, the plan of Miss Tata and Sage Elaranta, the plan of White Tiamas and the witches, and finally the trip to the Stagnation Realm and the encounter with the Dusk Dragon. So, he concluded in the end, the current situation is like this. Although Ekis seems to be our ally, its purpose is to get the Throne of Destiny, restart this world, and eventually become the true god of the next generation of Wond. Then we must not let it succeed, Haruz said with some anger. He did not expect the truth of Ekis' cooperation with the witches to be like this. He had always admired the mother of wolves who betrayed the Dusk Dragon. But in that case, why would the witches be in cahoots with Ekis? At least it is good to have it on our side for the time being, the dwarf King Califen replied, shaking his head. After thinking for a moment, Istavil asked, What is the purpose of the Dusk Dragon? In order to get the throne of destiny, it did not hesitate to come to our world, so it must have a bigger plan, right? Brando nodded, a little impressed by the keenness of the Lord of Lorendale, and replied, "The purpose of the Dusk Dragon is exactly the opposite of Ekis." Exactly the opposite of Ekis? The others were stunned. Then wouldn't the Dusk Dragon be on their side? But even if one used their knees to think, they would understand that it was obviously impossible. At this time, Solomon had to stand up and explain to them, "The purpose of the Dusk Dragon is actually very simple, because it does not even need the Throne of Destiny to destroy our world, so it wants to get the Throne of Destiny to stop it from restarting the world, because restarting the world is not really the destruction of Wond." I understand, Nair Fisher also understood. What the Dusk Dragon needs is complete destruction, and there is no possibility of our world rising from the ashes. Solomon nodded. Everyone could not help but feel a chill down their spines. They originally thought that the current situation was complicated and dangerous enough, but they did not expect the real situation to be far more dangerous than what they saw on the surface. For the mortals of this era, life was destruction. Death was also destruction. It was as if the only path in front of them was to walk towards death with dignity. Everyone could not help but look at the calm Brando, and they all admired the young Flame King in their hearts. They were already frightened just by hearing all this here, but Brando had dug out all these secrets bit by bit from the tree herders, from All for One, and even from the Dusk Dragon himself. Then what should we do to save this world? Nair Fisher could not help but ask a little desperately. "This is the reason why everyone is here," Solomon replied. "Regardless of whether we succeed in the end, we must ensure that Mr. Brando gets the Throne of Destiny first, and only when the Throne of Destiny is in the hands of mortals will everything we do be worthwhile." "Your Excellency the Flame King? Teacher." Everyone looked at Brando in shock once again. "Because the keys to the Throne of Destiny are the 7 holy swords," Solomon replied calmly. "What?" Perhaps the others more or less had some guesses, but Nair Fisher was really shocked. "Then how many holy swords does Your Excellency the Flame King already have?" 6, Solomon looked at the Grand Commander of the Supreme Judgment Knight Regiment. "Mr. Brando has already obtained the recognition of the Shallow Sea Holy Sword Sinna, the Dark Holy Sword Judgment, the Golden Flame Blade Odorfice, the Wind Holy Sword Firmament, the Glorious Holy Sword Mither, and the Earth Holy Sword Halange. However, among these holy swords, the Glorious Holy Sword Mither and the Scepter of the Glorious Holy Sword Mither are still in Fanzan. As for the Pearl of Wind, its whereabouts are unknown." He paused for a moment and looked around at everyone. "The countries behind each of you represent the most powerful forces in this world. Therefore, I hope that everyone can mobilize and help to find the remaining parts. The sooner we find the 7 sacred swords, the higher our chances of victory in this battle." The Grand Commander of the Supreme Judgment Knight Regiment immediately stood up. "The Glorious Holy Sword Mither has always been the inheritance of the Light Templar Church. However, the Holy Sword suddenly disappeared a few hundred years ago. This is also the first time we know that it has always been in the hands of the Yenbao family. However, please rest assured that the Pearl of Light and the Scepter are still in the custody of the 2 popes. We will bring them to the wilderness of 4 territories as soon as possible." Solomon nodded. He naturally knew that Cruz and Fanzan were in charge of the Golden Flame Blade and the Glorious Holy Sword respectively. In fact, this was also the reason why he invited the Grand Commander here. Everyone then began to discuss the whereabouts of the Pearl of Wind. In theory, the Wind Holy Sword should be closer to the Wind Elves of Saint Tassol. However, Istavil smiled bitterly and said that although the Wind Elves were called Wind Elves and the emblem of the Elven Court was also the sacred Wind Empress pattern, historically, they really had nothing to do with the Holy Sword of Wind, just like how El Aranta had nothing to do with the natural Holy Sword. For example, he said that the Holy Lance of Heaven was unearthed in Erewhon. In fact, the Golden Flame Blade and Mither were also hidden in Erewhon. This statement inspired everyone, and they all thought that the Pearl of Wind, which had not yet appeared, might also be in some corner of Erewhon. However, Haruz, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised an objection. "The Pearl of Wind is not in Erewhon, teacher everyone," the little king stood up. "It is in Jorgendy Ridge." "Jorgendy Ridge? How is that possible? How can the Pearl of Wind be underground?" Nair Fisher could not help but shake his head. "It's true," Haruz replied firmly. He said to Istavil, "The Pearl of Wind is actually related to the Wind Elves, in the era when you were still called the Mist Elves. The inheritance of the Sun, Moon and Sun was divided, and the true inheritors of the Wind Empress line, the descendants of the Moon, were betrayed by the Sun Elves in the war. The whole race was attacked from behind and had to go underground. In fact, they took away the inheritance of the moon, including the true sacred artifact of the Wind Empress. Isdeville was a little silent. The division of the sun, moon and star was the biggest scar in the history of the Wind Elves, because it not only caused them to lose the glorious name of the Mist Elves, but also the true inheritance of the Wind Empress. Although the people of Saint Tassol still claimed to be the descendants of the Wind Empress, in fact, they were not so orthodox. Because of this, when the Wind Empress appeared again, they stood firmly on the side of the two foreign crown princes. Because this was the only chance for them to regain their honor. Harus continued. That is the pearl of the Wind Empress. The descendants of the moon's inheritance joined the Dark Elves in Jorgendy Ridge, and the followers of the Dark Dragon also accepted them. They have always lived in Ash's Tip to protect the pearl of the Wind Empress. They are the guardians in the darkness. The truth of the demon's actions was not just to resurrect Akentu, but the Twilight Dragon personally gave them in order to seize the pearl of the Wind Empress. How do you know this, Harus? Brando could not help but ask with some surprise. Although it was said that a scholar who had been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes, the sudden change in his student was too big. Harus slowly took out a dark pearl from under his robe and held it up with both hands. She held it up with both hands and said to Brendel seriously, "Because the orb of wind has always been in my hands, teacher. Miss Lasmika's friend, Miss Kaya, is from the Oath Keepers. P.S. Just like that, there was an extra 500 EXP, okay? Speaking of which, it was a really bad day today. I went out to the bank and forgot to bring my card. When I came back to take my card, I forgot to bring my key. When I took my key, I left my card in the ATM and it was swallowed. Finally, I took my ID card and found that it had expired." Chapter 1529. After a brief commotion, peace was restored in the tent. The appearance of the Wind Pearl gave everyone hope. It was as if there was a hand in the dark pushing everything forward. However, people were more willing to believe that it was Mother Marcia's protection for her people. Perhaps victory in the war wasn't impossible. Everyone calmed down a little, and Nair Fisher asked, "Then what is the last sword?" "The Sword of Nature. Can we find this sword in a short time, I mean before the Twilight Dragon and Alpha Wolf Ekis?" "About the sacred sword of nature," Brando replied. "As I described before, the scepter of nature and the soul of the sacred sword have been obtained outside the elemental border and in the stagnation realm respectively, and the sacred sword itself should be in Lubeck at this moment." Great Seigneur Vala asked, "Lubeck, is it that desert kingdom?" "That's right. The Tomb Keepers have been guarding the sword for generations. I only found out about this by chance. But these two friends promised us that they would bring the sword back. I believe them." Brando thought of Adney and Quill. They should already be on their way to Erewhon. There was a commotion, and the Dwarf King Califen asked, "Then what do you mean, are the 7 swords gathered?" Even Solomon was a little surprised. Everyone had made up their minds to find the 7 sacred swords, but they did not expect the surprise to come so quickly. When they saw Brando nod his head in agreement, the few people in the tent looked at the Flame King with a hint of something in their eyes. He was the owner of the 7 sacred swords, and the meaning behind it was self-evident. Everyone, including the Dwarf King Califen and the Wizard King Solomon, stood up and bowed in this direction, not only for the wound, but also for the authority given by Martha. Brando did not say a word. The plan had been set, and the meeting came to an end. It was close to dawn when they left. In the dark camp, there were only a few wind lanterns swaying in the darkness. The last star in the eastern sky was sinking below the horizon, and the sky was faintly blue. The night wind blew through the wilderness of Manktor, whistling with the chill of autumn. Amandina and Delphian were the only two waiting in the cold wind. They saw Brando from afar, and Amandina stepped forward to greet him, while the Prime Minister's daughter followed behind with a smile. "Didn't I tell you to rest first?" Brendel looked at Amandina with a little heartache. When he thought of how she might have stood in the cold all night and shivered, he took off his coat and covered her with it. On the side, Delphine smiled and signaled to him with her eyes. "What about me?" But she was glared at by Brando. Amandina grabbed the Lord's coat tightly with her hands, perhaps because of the rising temperature. Her face was a little red, her long eyelashes fluttered, and there was some gentleness in her eyes under the light. "I went back, but I couldn't sleep anyway. I received a report in the middle of the night, so I came back." What about her? Brando gestured to the smiling Prime Minister's daughter who was wearing a thick mink coat. Miss Delphian, she just arrived. Amandina replied truthfully. Delphian smiled and tilted her head, not taking it to heart. Brando had expected this, but this woman liked to pretend to be pitiful. If Amandina was not here, she would definitely pretend that she had stood here all night. But when he saw the latter's face was a little pale from the wind, his heart softened a little. No matter what, at least she came, right? He took out another coat from the floating sphere and covered Delphian with it. The Prime Minister's daughter looked at him with eyes full of affection, making Brando's heart skip a beat. The three of them walked in the darkness. Only the sound of their footsteps could be heard. For a while, no one took the initiative to speak, as if they were enjoying this indescribable silence. People often say that when you are silent, you can feel the hearts of others. Brando seemed to have such a feeling in his heart at this moment. He could hear the rhythmic beating of Amandina and Delphian's slender and delicate hearts. One was slightly faster, the other was calm and long, as if the two girls with different personalities were silently telling him something. He did not know if Amandina and Delphian felt the same as him, but Amandina and the Prime Minister's daughter did not say a word, as if they were also savoring this moment of peace. It was not until a series of footsteps came from behind, the heavy footsteps with the gentleness of a cat, that Brando knew who had caught up to them. Mr. Brando! Nair! Fisher shouted from behind. When he saw the two people beside Brendel, he suddenly understood something and stopped a little embarrassedly. My apologies, Your Excellency Flame King, I'm sorry to disturb you. Brando turned around to look at the Lion Prince. Amandina and Delphian also stopped with him. Nair Fisher was very tall, even taller than Brando by a head, but when Brando looked at him, he was always calm, and the Lion Prince even felt that he was a head lower than him. In private, Brando smiled. You can call me Brando, I actually prefer that name. Nair Fisher nodded, and a beautiful girl walked out from behind. She looked curiously at Delphian, and then quietly held the Lion Prince's hand. Is there something you need from me, Prince Nair? Brando also looked curiously at the girl. She seemed to be from Cruz, but why was she with the Lion Prince? The two of them looked like they were a couple, and the visual impact was a bit of a Beauty and the Beast. However, no matter how you looked at Prince Nair, he was more in line with human beauty, especially his burly figure. Even his lion face was full of resolute handsomeness. His eyes were as bright as emeralds, and they were filled with the color of bravery and courage. Coupled with his status and strength, it was not strange that he attracted the hearts of human girls. But in front of Brando, this brave and courageous Lion Prince was a bit hesitant, as if he was a young man. He used to look down on the Flame King, who was from Erewhon. Compared to the Cruz people, the Erewhon people were weaker. What kind of hero could there be in this old kingdom? But Halrangaya changed everything. It was not just the strength but also the breadth of his mind. As for the Flame King's strength, he was strong enough to kill a demon king. There was no need to say anything else. Strong but not arrogant, this was a quality that was close to the ancestors. He inherited the holy sword Odorfice, and not only did he inherit the legacy of the Flame King, Gretel, but he also had the same wisdom and foresight. Such a hero was truly admirable. At this moment, Nair Fisher was already full of admiration for Brando. He seemed to be distracted for a moment. The brave and fearless Lionman warrior in the past was actually stuttering. It was only when the girl beside him held his hand that the Lionman prince came back to his senses. The gaze in his remaining eye became firm. Your Excellency Flame King, Nair Fisher said loudly, I am here to apologize for my rudeness at that time. You are a true hero, and I am ashamed of my slip of the tongue. Brando was slightly stunned. He did not expect the Lion Prince to bring up the past so seriously. Actually, I didn't care about what happened at that time. I know you didn't care, but if I don't say these words, I think I will regret it for the rest of my life, the Lion Prince said firmly. I just want to face my own heart, Your Excellency Flame King. True bravery should not be afraid of one's own heart. Because I hope that one day, I can also become a hero like you. Brando was a little interested. He had seen many people who thought they were high and mighty, but none of them were truly strong in their hearts, including the Silver Queen. Some of them saw stubbornness as determination, and recklessness and abuse of power as courage. However, these people did not even dare to face their own hearts. A person who could not take responsibility would never be able to become a king. But what was a hero? He asked, "What do you think is a hero, Prince Nair?" A hero is naturally a person who can turn the tide in a desperate situation and save everything. Just like you, Your Excellency Flame King. He must shine in history and be remembered by future generations, like the stars in the night sky, shining for eternity, the Lion Prince answered without hesitation. However, Brando shook his head and said, "I don't think so." Nair Fisher looked at him with his mouth wide open. "It's okay, that's just my personal opinion." Brando laughed. "No matter what, I hope that one day you can become the hero in your heart." The Lion Prince nodded solemnly. Amandina watched the Lion Prince's back disappear into the darkness. She asked softly, "What does my lord think of as a hero?" Hearing this question, Delphine also looked in this direction curiously. Her beautiful face flickered under the light of the wind lantern by the roadside, and her purple eyes flashed with a rare light of doubt. "There is no hero, Amandina." Brando answered. "There is no hero?" Amandina was surprised. But to her second question, Brando chose to remain silent. After a while, he changed the topic and asked, "Who is that girl?" "Duke Striker's daughter." Delphine opened her mouth and looked at Brando curiously. "She's not inferior to my beauty, and her brain is also the same. Why are you suddenly asking about this?" "I'm just curious," Brando answered. "I think she seems to know you." The Prime Minister's daughter covered her mouth and giggled. "She sees me as a thorn in her side, so of course she knows me." The relationship between Farina and Delphine is really rare in this circle. Brendel glanced at her and had a preliminary understanding of the circle of noblewomen. It's rare to see such a relationship between Farina and Delphine. Perhaps only the little princess of Mahodafen, who appeared unruly on the surface but was actually aloof from worldly affairs, could accept a close friend like the Prime Minister's daughter who was full of schemes. Speaking of which, Delphine made use of the pitiful Vahina again, and the latter did not seem to be aware of it until now. Pushing him to the position of the Flame King was only a suggestion from Delphine, but in the eyes of the nobles of Cruz, Vahina was the mastermind from the beginning to the end. At the same time, she was also the one who carried out the plan. Perhaps only a few people knew that the Prime Minister's daughter was adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. But it was a pity that those who knew about it either did not say it, or were Delphine's relatives, such as the old Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's daughter easily hid herself behind the scenes and single-handedly planned this drama that changed the history of Cruz, and even the history of Wonde. "Don't let Vahina get involved in politics anymore," Brando could not help but say. "You know she's not suitable for this. There's a reason for this incident, but it has already caused dissatisfaction among the nobles." "What's wrong? Are you heartbroken?" Delphine smiled. Brando glared at her again. He fell silent and no longer paid any attention to the Prime Minister's daughter to prevent her from taking a mile after taking an inch. He knew that even though his own Amandina did not say it out loud, but in her heart, she held a grudge against the Prime Minister's daughter. Fortunately, Delphine herself seemed to be aware of this and would not easily cross the line. She was like a somewhat special outsider, always drifting away from the system of Valhalla, but not too far away. In fact, she was getting closer and closer, and even Princess Grafine and Freya would occasionally begin to accept her existence, and even discuss some internal affairs of the kingdom with her. Fortunately, Brando was now the emperor of the empire, and Delphine was by his side. Even the Prime Minister, Old Nydivan, and Great Archbishop Vala had tacitly approved of her status, so she was not an illegitimate person. After a while, Brando asked again, "About that report, what report is it?" Amandina, who was tightly wrapped in his coat, raised her head and slowly blinked her eyes. Then she quickly reacted and lowered her head. "It's a report from the witches." Brando immediately understood. "About that plan, has it also begun to be implemented?" "Yes," Amandina nodded. Because of the full support of the Bugas, although there were some objections, the reaction was not too big. It was much better than what we had expected in advance. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years, we will be able to see the initial results, but many people still don't understand why we are doing this. Brando sighed. A white gap had faintly appeared on the horizon. His dark eyes reflected the morning light, and his gaze seemed a little distant. "It's just to prepare beforehand." "Prepare?" Amandina asked. "What are we preparing for? Will we need these in the battle with the Twilight Dragon?" "No, it's for the next era." "The next era?" Amandina was stunned for a moment. She stood there for a moment and found that Brando had already walked in front of her, so she hurriedly chased after him. She did not know how to judge her mood at the moment. Perhaps she was a little stunned, but also a little happy. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning, just like when they first met. When people were still at a loss and even in despair, only this man firmly believed in the future. Facts proved that he was right. What about this time? What would the next era be like? She suddenly felt a little envious, because people did not even know if they would live to see the coming of that era. There was no doubt that many people would die in such a war and become nameless monuments. Perhaps they could be admired by future generations, but they might also turn into nothingness and dust like the history of the mortal world. Only he still believed in it. Amandina chased after him and asked a rare question. "My lord, what will the next era be like?" Brando was silent for a moment and said to the two, "Perhaps it will be an era of mortals. That era may be very different from now, but people may remember you, Amandina." "Me? Your work?" Brando suddenly turned around and asked. "Has it been successful?" "Ah!" Amandina cried out in surprise. Her eyes were filled with a thin layer of moisture. She may have never thought that joy could fill her heart so easily and directly, just as she did not expect that Brando had never forgotten. That was her dream and interest, to use the power of magic to change the world. Even if she had never mentioned this to outsiders, Erwin's affairs were actually just a responsibility to her lord, and only this small dream was all that she loved with all her heart. Not only did it inherit her dreams, but it also inherited her longing for her family. It's just a small success, but there are still many shortcomings. In dozens of experiments, this is the only chance. Amandina replied like a helpless little girl for the first time. Delphian, who was behind the two of them, looked at this scene with some interest. Brando shook his head. No success is accidental. Although it is still very simple, it has opened a new page in history. Amandina's face turned red. It was not because she was shy, but because she felt too ashamed. She never thought that her work would have such a historical status. If this sentence was not said by Brando, it would really be funny. In this field, in front of the masters of the Hazel people, how could she, a mere heroine who had just learned the door, dare to say that she had changed history by inventing such a small thing? This was really a laughable declaration. But she did not know that Brando was not predicting the future, but seeing everything with certainty. For Erwin, for the world, this moment meant something. Perhaps in a few decades, people would realize how important October of the Year of the Swift was to the history of Wonde. It was the story of a grey crystal. In the second half of the year, in many places in the central part of Wonde, a more far-reaching plan was carried out. A group of new academies were set up in Saint-Tassol, Erwin, Silver Bay, and the Great Plains. When civilian students from all over the country poured into these academies, they were surprised to find that their new teachers were the witches from the Bunasan, or the wise people from the Hazel Highlands. This was the end of the first era. In this year, black magic had stepped onto the stage of history for the first time. The power of the sorcerers seemed to have begun to decline, and under the advocacy of various countries, magical technology began to become the mainstream of the civilization of order. However, in a magic academy in Tonajul, a substitute teacher had just taken out a shining crystal from under his robe. He held the crystal up high and said to all the students, "You can take a closer look. This is a grey crystal. You can also call it a mana crystal. It is an extremely unstable amalgamation of dark magic. In the past, people often used it as a violent explosive, and even used it in many wars. But now, with this kind of magical engine, people can more smoothly extract the powerful magic contained in it." In the eyes full of desire for knowledge, the young boys and girls who stared at the crystal did not realize that they were witnessing the birth of an era. In this year, a noble lady from Erwin invented a simple machine. With it, people for the first time really got rid of their dependence on the power of the Tiamat law. The first day of the month of frost. The snow had not yet fallen in the wilderness of 4 realms. This was Brando's last day in Mangther. On this day, he once again saw the great leader of the Fanzan Knight Regiment. This commander's hair had already begun to turn silver, as if symbolizing the hardships the people of Farnazane had experienced in the past year. He had traveled thousands of kilometers, and had only just returned to Mangther from the Great Plains. "You've worked hard." Facing this great leader, Brando had to ask, "How is Fanzan now?" "Everything is fine. Thanks to the help of the countries on the Great Plains, We have rebuilt the Holy Church there, the great leader of the Fanzan Knight Regiment replied. The empire is gradually recovering. Although this is not something that can be done in a short period of time, I think that perhaps by the beginning of next year, we will be able to rejoin this war. That's just in time for the end of this war, Brando nodded. With the addition of Fanzan and Eloranta, the chances of winning this war have increased by a lot. He paused. Then he looked at the other party. Brando knew that this great leader would definitely not come here just to chat with him, even if his current identity was extraordinary and could be said to be the commander of the Sacred Alliance in name. But that was only in name. Not to mention that long before the start of the peace conference, Fanzan had been showing goodwill to him. Not only this great leader, but the Supreme Knight Regiment and the Holy Knight Regiment had also come to him more than once. However, he still hadn't figured out what the Farnazane wanted from him. The great commander of the Farnazane Knights glanced at Solomon beside him. That sorcerer king, who was taller than ordinary people and had a solemn expression, nodded. Your Excellency Flame King, someone wants to see you. Terst. When Brendel saw the emaciated man in the dim tent, he was lying on a military bed. His eyes were cloudy, and there seemed to be a last glimmer of light in them. His cheeks were thin and pale, as if he was about to take his last breath, but there was a strong will supporting him, and he was able to hold on until now. It was such a person that looked neither human nor ghost, but Brando recognized him at first glance. Perhaps it was because the life and death battle in Braggs's underground auction had left a deep impression on him. The scene of the noble swordsman with a thin sword in his hand approaching him step by step was still fresh in his mind. And it was at the edge of life and death that he chose the path of a planeswalker. Or it could be said that from that moment onwards, he had chosen the path that led him to this moment. Looking back, it was as if yesterday had happened again. The two of them met again, and it was also because of Braggs, in the backyard of the isolated house in the dark alleyway. At that time, the two of them had hurriedly parted ways, and they did not expect to meet again in a place like this. Just like how Brando recognized Terst, Terst also recognized the young man from Bucci. His eyes lit up like two will-o'-the-wisps, and he struggled to sit up on the bed. But it was only with the help of a knight that he was able to do so. Terst panted heavily as he looked at Brando. Brando frowned, not used to Terst's gaze. How did you become like this? Where's the beacon? Terst asked with a hoarse voice. Beacon? Those stone fragments. Terst seemed to use up all his strength to speak, but he still managed to express his meaning clearly. You know, Amandina's father. Brando's heart skipped a beat. Terst had already taken out a stone fragment from his robes and placed it on the bedside table. He raised his head and stared at Brando. The stone fragment was grayish-brown and slightly flat. How could Brando not recognize it? This is the last fragment, Terst said weakly. The tree herders brought it to Fanzan and now it's back. Chapter 1530. The narrow room was filled with a solemn atmosphere. There was only a round table in the darkness, and a crystal emitted a dim fluorescence, reflecting a few pale faces. A silver magic circle was flashing on the ceiling, which was constantly changing its shape. A mercury-like substance seeped out of the magic circle and wriggled to fill every corner of the room. This place was dozens of meters underground, and the air was so turbid that it almost stopped flowing. Brando looked up and glanced at the people present. The dwarf King Califen, the Grand Commander of the Fanzan Knight Regiment, Solomon, Amandina, Istavil, Yeruta, Prince Nair, the Archdruid, and the Archseer Vala. After confirming that everyone was ready, he carefully took out 5 pieces of grayish-brown stone and placed them on the table in front of everyone. At this moment, the mercury on the ceiling squirmed, as if cutting off some kind of information in the space. But it could also be that the Twilight Dragon no longer cared about this small beacon. In any case, the terrifying pressure that Brando personally felt in Fathom Port did not appear again underground. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the ceiling. It was like an illusion, but it was enough to make people feel uneasy. Let's continue, Istavil said. Brando nodded. Although it was dark, he could still see clearly. His hands carefully put the 5 pieces of stone together on the table. When these ordinary stone pieces were placed together for the first time, a miraculous scene occurred. A cluster of fluorescence rapidly spread in the darkness. The combined stone pieces floated up and formed a sand table. The sand table was engraved with the direction of mountains and rivers, as well as a green forest. It was an unfamiliar land, but it also felt somewhat familiar. Haruz gently took a breath at the table, his silver eyes reflecting the light in the darkness. He exclaimed softly, "Heroine! To be exact, it's heroine of a certain era." Brando pointed in the direction of Randner and said, "This is still a lake, and Valendon is still a bay. This is at least the heroine of the era before the deadly frost forest was formed. Look at the loop of trade winds. Is it Valhalla?" Yuruta asked. "No, that's the world tree." Brando suddenly recalled the towering tree he had seen in the loop of trade winds. The captain of the Fanzin Knight Regiment asked, "What is this thing?" "This is a beacon," Solomon replied. "This is the thing that Miss Amandina's father has been searching for his entire life. Countless heroes have sacrificed their lives for it. Fortunately, their efforts have allowed this beacon to return to our hands." "It is?" "The map to the throne of destiny." There were whispers and discussions. The dwarf king Califen picked up his warhammer several times and put it down again. He seemed to be very excited. After all, that was the only hope of the mortal world. In the darkness, Amandina stood silently by the side, her eyes reflecting the fluorescent light. Her hands were a little pale as she gripped the corner of her clothes tightly. Brando glanced at her and asked, "Are you okay?" Amandina shook her head. "Don't force yourself, Amandina." "I'm fine, my lord. Thank you for your concern." The others recognized the descendant of the hero. They all stood up and bowed to her. Amandina did not say a word, but her eyes flashed with a deep light. This was what her father had done. He abandoned his wife and daughter, and even lost his own life. But at this moment, she felt a faint sense of pride for the man in front of her. The fluorescent light rose from the sand table and finally formed 7 pillars of light. The 7 pillars of light floated above Erewhon. Brando stared at the pillars of light and suddenly remembered something. It was the elk in the forest, exuding a holy white light. It proudly raised its head and stood under the moon, watching them and the refugees. "That's the Stag Hills." Freya's eyes also flashed with a bright light. She looked up and said excitedly, "Brando, I remember we've been there before." Brando nodded. Golden Flames Slumber, Fairyland, the Legacy of the Saint. Clatter, clatter. The sound of scattered footsteps came from the fog. A few figures separated the fog. From their attire, these people should be the Highland Knights from Karsuk. But the Highland Knight had been reorganized as part of the kingdom's new Southern Legion. They rarely left their station without orders, so why would they come to Buchi, which was hundreds of miles away? "Over here." Suddenly, someone shouted. The knights gathered and looked up at the 2 colossal statues in the fog with some reverence. The colossal statues holding spears towered into the top of the cliff, looking straight ahead. They had not changed since Brando saw them for the first time 5 years ago. It was as if time could not leave a mark on these boulders. They stared silently, as if their gazes had already penetrated the long river of history. At a certain point in the past they saw the arrival of this moment. 17 knights formed a team and entered the canyon. The fog in the canyon had dissipated a lot, and the lone golden apple tree on the hill was still standing among the rocks. When they saw the tree, the knights were excited. This was the first time in 5 years that the legacy of the Saint of the Stag Hills had reappeared, and it was exactly as described by His Majesty the Flame King. They followed the direction indicated on the map, comparing it with the lone tree on the hill, and soon saw 2 huge rocks intersecting one another. Seeing this, the knights showed a look of understanding, and one by one, they ducked under the boulder. They came to the other side of the boulder. At the height of a person, there was a thumb-sized hole. 5 years had not left any mark on the hole, and even the scratches were still as fresh as new, as if everything had stopped at the moment when Allah shot the arrow with her own hands. However, as time passed, the 4 people who had passed by had already changed. An ignorant young man who wanted to change the kingdom, a country girl from the countryside of Buchi, an unruly and capricious golden dragon princess who was unwilling to take responsibility, and a silent silver dragon girl who seemed to be aloof from worldly affairs. The fairy fruit on the branch, the legendary pure golden apple, seemed to have passed through the hands of several people and truly changed everyone's fate. It was just that the secrets of history were now hidden under the vast fog. The knights did not even look at the arrow mark and walked forward. Not long after, someone in front let out a cheer. The knight in front stopped and moved the scattered gravel away, revealing a square iron box below. They opened the box and saw the stone slab sleeping in it. The leading knight only took a glance at the stone slab and immediately closed the box again. He turned around and said to everyone, "We have found the thing. Immediately inform His Majesty the Flame King." The message from the Stag Hills passed through the mountains and forests, passing through one node after another, along the mountains of Chablis, over the Greyhill Mountains, turned into a magic symbol, and finally floated into Castle Abes in the southern part of the Maxen Plains. From a window, it drilled into a dark red prismatic crystal placed on a metal platform. The crystal became brighter, and a moment later, a slender hand picked it up. Maynard quietly looked at the mysterious symbol in the crystal pillar, and a voice came from behind her. "Maynard, where is the message from?" The female knight put down the crystal and turned around to look at the face that was almost identical to her, and felt a slight warmth in her heart. "The relic of the saint has reappeared in the Stag Hills," she replied with an old-fashioned voice. "The Highland Knights have found that thing, and this is a message to inform Mr. Brando." "Sister, it's His Majesty the Flame King." Maynard pouted. She was filled with complicated feelings towards the man who gave her a real new life. He kept his promise and allowed her to finally obtain freedom, true freedom, and not another person's substitute. The nightmare in her deepest dreams finally passed at this moment. Sometimes, when she woke up in the middle of the night, she would even cry in a daze. But those were not tears of sadness, but tears of joy of disbelief. But for some reason, the female knight did not want to be the first to show her weak side, especially in front of her other side, Allium Japonicum. She put away her emotions and looked at her nominal sister. Allium Japonicum smiled, fully aware of the little girl's thoughts. She shook her head. Beneath her fair cheeks was a blood-red pattern that extended all the way to her neck. Against the warm afternoon sun, it added a bit of a mysterious color. The power of the dragon blood pool had inevitably left behind traces of magic and life when it had molded her body. These tattoos covering her body not only strengthened her power, but also made her a more powerful magician than she had been in the past. She was a flux magician with a genuine dragon bloodline, and not long ago, Alaz had formally invited her to join the dragon clan. "Should we inform Ampere Seal?" Maynard asked. "Let's inform Ampere Seal." Allium Japonicum nodded and put down the document in his hand. "The excavation there should be nearing its end." A bottomless pit stretched across the southern gate of Ampere Seal. Countless scaffolding surrounded the excavation site, and the silhouettes of the temples were clearly visible under the rock strata. Teams of workers were sending the excavated soil to the surface through the sloping walkways. After half a year, it had already piled up into a mountain. Lismika stood behind Haruz, looking at the place with a complicated expression. For her, the port had a special meaning because it was the place where she had been reborn. She silently glanced at the young king, Erwin, with a gentle look in her eyes. Beside her, Kaya silently held her best friend's hand. Suddenly, a cheer came from the bottom of the pit. A holy sword emitting a dazzling green brilliance slowly rose from the bottom of the pit. Brando stood in the mud and looked up at the holy sword in the sky. When the holy sword rose to the top, the sword base on which it was placed suddenly split left and right, revealing a simple stone slab in the middle. Scarlet silently held the stone slab with both hands and came to his side. "Thank you, Scarlet." The mountain girl smiled slightly. Brando took the stone slab and gently stroked the strange words on the stone slab with his hand, but his heart was slightly absent-minded. This was the third slab. Since the secrets contained in the 5 stone tablets were figured out, people had unearthed 3 stone slabs in Yenbao, the Loop of Trade Winds, and Ampere Seal in the past 2 years. He was no stranger to these stone slabs. A long time ago, people discovered that there was such a type of stone slab among the relics of the saint in Erewhon. When people brought these stone slabs out of the relics of the saint, they would automatically disappear from the backpack of their owners. No matter what method people used, whether it was placed in a storage ring, a dimensional hole, or a floating celestial sphere, it would eventually leave and return to its original place. For this reason, people called these stone slabs an idealized part of the relics of the saint, thinking that they were like the manifestation of a law. It was because of this stone slab that the relics of the saint appeared. But this explanation did not explain why such stone slabs only appeared in Erewhon. But now, Brando finally solved this puzzle. They were not an idealized part of the relics of the saint, but the cornerstone of the entire Wond, an idealized part of the world. Their position was not only fixed in the physical world, but also fixed in the law of the entire Tiamat. Therefore, no matter what method was used in this world, it was absolutely impossible to bring these stone slabs out. Because all the power of mortals came from the law of Tiamat, you could not use the law to fight against the law itself. Except for the 7 holy swords. The 7 holy swords were the key to the cornerstone of the world. And when Brando put these stone slabs together, he finally understood what they were. The stone slabs could communicate with different space and time. The complicated lines of law shuttled and twisted in the space contained within, forming a network of law that was not inferior to the wand itself. If the 7 holy swords were just the foundation of the crown, then the sphere formed by the 7 stone slabs was a real bright crown. And this crown represented a door. Brando knew why it was a door, because in a long memory, he had seen something similar more than once. Before the mountain of ceasing storms opened. Before the huge underground palace of the earth breath opened. Before the ring of the world opened. Before the throne of the wolves opened. That was the precision of time, the end of time, the world dungeon. But the key to the law that opened those world events, compared to the thing in his hand, was simple and not worth mentioning. It was like a laughable inferior product. There was only one key, and it was as precious as the entire world. When he held it in his hand, he could feel how unique it was. He suddenly understood where the throne of destiny was. It turned out that he had been there a long time ago. At that time, the horrible pressure from the dungeon's golden door like quicksand stopped him. But he was now sure that there should be a larger space behind the door. As Martha said, there was a huge secret buried under Erewhon. Otherwise, it could not explain why the cornerstone of the 7 Tiamat law would be buried in this small place. 2 years was a long time. From the year of the White Holy Griffin to the year of Spring Dawn, mortals did their best to create all possible miracles on the battlefield. The coalition forces of the 4 holy temples defeated the Crystal Cluster army where Cruz had been defeated and recovered Rushta in one fell swoop. In the south, the armies of the dwarves, Erewhon, Naga, and Lion Men had also gone deep into the White Holy Plains. With the help of the Hazel Fleet, they began to attack Cloak Bay. The recovery of the Cruz Empire was imminent, and the Hazel Highlands seemed to be in sight. Although humans had fallen into a large area of land north of Alkash, between the 2 fortresses of Valhalla and Babel, one in the south and the other in the north, civilization and order had established a vast sanctuary. People called it the Holy Realm to symbolize the hope of the future. It was conceivable that in the not-too-distant future, this land would be the last soil for humans to fight against the twilight. It was like a brand new blessed land created by mortals, nurturing the future of the entire continent. In the battles of various sizes, many names disappeared. Duke Ludwig died in the Evergreen Corridor. Vahina's father, the Duke of Mahodafen, died at the end of the year of the White Holy Griffin. Fanzan also lost their Grand Captain of the Supreme Judgment Knight Regiment. Behind these famous names in history, there were many more nameless heroes, but behind each hero, there were more stars that rose. Madara's stars began to shine like in history, and the younger generation of the Cruz Empire stepped onto the stage of history one by one. In the battles, Princess Magadal replaced her grandfather as the hero and leader of the Silver Bay region, and Freya's name as the goddess of war had long since spread across the White Holy Land. Correspondingly, the fame of the Tonajal and Valhalla, as well as the legends of the White Lion Legion. However, what made Brando smile was that there were occasionally rumors about Princess Phosha on the battlefield. Many people wanted to know who this little princess from Erewhon was, and his students were having a hard time because of this. Compared to these heroes of the new generation, he, who had stayed in Erewhon all this time, gradually lost his reputation after the White Holy Conference. People had even gradually forgotten the existence of the Flame King. Some people thought that Brando had created this sacred alliance, but he had only contributed to this step of the power of order. Although many people who knew the truth were indignant about it, and Solomon had personally asked him about it, Brendel didn't care about it. If the era of mortals is coming, will Wone still need a savior? Solomon silently glanced at him in response to this answer. He replied seriously, but people will not forget heroes. But Brando understood that forgetting was not an option for the future. He picked up the slate and walked forward. Scarlet held the azure lance in her hand and silently looked at the back of the lord. She was not a person who liked to get to the bottom of things, but the feudal lord had become more and more silent. His smile seemed to have disappeared from his face at some point. He was always frowning as if he was thinking about something. He would often stare at the sky alone and stare blankly for half a day. Although he did not notice anything unusual, Everyone around him clearly felt the change. She still remembered what Miss Freya said to her before she left Erewhon, but how could she interfere with the Lord's decision? No matter what Brando wanted to do, she would only choose to follow behind him silently. Scarlet held her lance tightly and quickly chased after him. As she drew near to her liege lord, Bran turned to look at her more or less. Scarlet saw the look in the Lord's eyes and was stunned for a moment. There was a touch of regret in his light brown eyes. It was a look she had never seen before. My lord. Scarlet, is the Grey Wolves mercenaries doing well? Everyone is doing well. Erewhon has been peaceful for the past 2 years. We have only been looking for the Saint's legacy and the slate all over the world. We have not encountered any trouble. That's good, Brando replied. I hope that everyone can have good hope, especially you, Scarlet. Xianxia stopped and stared at him. Tears suddenly burst out of her eyes. The girl said those words word by word. I will be happy with you by my side. The spring breeze was blowing through this port city. Even after 5 years, it was still difficult to get rid of the shadow of war. But in this land that had once been reduced to ruins, the seedlings called life were taking root and sprouting in the soil. Homes were destroyed and rebuilt. In many places on the continent, such scenes were playing out one after another. Many craftsmen, scholars, and black mages came out of various academies and began to devote themselves to the various battlefronts, supporting the civilization from all sides in this ultimate war. Although the dark clouds of the final war were approaching in the north of Fanzan and the Sea of the Dying Moon, everyone's heart was full of hope. Perhaps many lives would be lost in this war, but as long as the spire of civilization stood tall, the remaining flames would eventually be passed down, until the moment when the prairie was set ablaze again. Brando looked at the distant and blue bay as he took a letter from the night. It was as if after so many years, this was the first time he could look at the beautiful scenery of Ampere Seal with an appreciative attitude. This was such a beautiful world. It was the greatest fortune of his life to be able to come here and leave his mark. He loved this place deeply. It was where all his ideals and beliefs were. He had given everything for it and would never regret it. The afternoon sun was warm and bright. Brando squinted his eyes. Perhaps this was the most beautiful thing in his heart. The wind blew the letter, making it rustle. The Shire is back, Scarlet, he said softly. Chapter 1531. It was like a gentle breeze that blew through the valley, causing the forest to rustle. Brando stepped through a bush and stopped at the top of the mountain, looking at the familiar valley. The low valley was where the Lord of the Thorny Chain died. The disciples of the Black Flames chased after them up the mountain. He turned back to look at Scarlet. The red-haired girl was staring blankly at the valley in the distance. Perhaps because she noticed Brendel's gaze, she turned back. Their eyes met, and the girl's eyes were filled with gentleness. After reopening the old scars, the Highlander girl's heart was at peace. She was no longer standing in the past, and the scar in her heart was gradually disappearing. I remember, this is where we met. Yes, my lord. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Medisa smiled as she looked at the two of them. It's a pity that Mr. Eek and Miss Yura fell together with that person in the chaos. If only they could be here today and see the beautiful scenery of the Chablis Mountains year after year. How good would that be? Brando sighed. It's a pity that we were a step too late. I still don't know how to tell Huang Hua. She said that she wanted to come to Erewhon to see her sister. There are always many things in this world that cannot be fulfilled, my lord, Medisa replied. My sister and I have met, but to be able to forgive each other at the last moment is enough for me to feel satisfied, because it is always better than missing out forever, isn't it? I think Mr. Eek is the same. At least he saw the future of Erewhon, and he believes that you won't disappoint him. Brando nodded. He felt a little emotional because Medisha was always so optimistic. Even the slightest touch could satisfy her small happiness. This fairy princess understood the meaning of beauty better than many human nobles. She silently held on to hope and brought happiness to others. My lord, was it in that valley that day? The elven princess, whose figure had become tall and slender in the past 2 to 3 years, had curled her beautiful silver hair. She pointed in a direction with her fair fingertips and asked. Brando and Scarlet looked in that direction, and Brando nodded, yes. Medisha giggled. At that time my lord and I were enemies. Brando also smiled. We were really scared out of our wits back then. Ferlin and her sister must have told you a lot about what happened back then. I know they like to talk about my embarrassing moments. But if it weren't for them, I wouldn't have been able to deal with you. The Princess of the Silver Elves is merciless when facing her enemies. Medusa covered her mouth and chuckled. Scarlet also felt a little amused and couldn't help but ask about the situation back then. She had met Brendel after Medusa, and it was on that night that she suffered a fatal betrayal. The Kabai's blood in her body seemed to be restless, and this was the place where it was awakening. But the power of the golden apple surged and calmed the power of the divine blood. At that time, his lordship accidentally killed me. Medusa explained the events of that night in a gentle tone. Even though she knew that the matter was resolved, the Highlander girl could not help but let out a low cry. And then, she asked, even though he knew that I was an enemy, my lord still resurrected me. My lord has always been soft-hearted. That's only for girls. Medusa smiled slyly. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Delphian. Brendel was about to take out his water skin when he heard the words. Why are you talking about her again? Because after all, Miss Delphine is the woman closest to the Lord, but she was clearly the same as Miss Medusa previously, and had a hostile relationship with us. Are you saying that my lord doesn't have any responsibility for what happened in the Nine Phoenix? I'm not blaming anyone, but I hope that my lord can be more concerned about his own safety. Scarlet lowered her head and said with a hint of jealousy. Brando's face turned red. That's not the same thing. Ha ha ha, Scarlet giggled. After all, Miss Roman also said that my lord can't walk away when he sees a beautiful girl. Brando, who was drinking from his water skin, almost choked. He coughed violently and turned his head to look at Scarlet in disbelief. Did she really say that? Of course. From Fortress Reedon to Bragg's, from Bragg's to Chablis, and from Chablis to Abies, Miss Freya is one, Miss Sue, Miss Amandina is another, Scarlet is another, Uta is another, and Sifrid is another. It's inevitable that Miss Roman is unhappy, isn't it? After all, she's your real girlfriend. What are you talking about? Miss Sue is only the daughter of the Reto, and what does Miss Uta have to do with me? Brando could not help but retort. Not to mention Sifrid, how old is she? What the hell are you thinking about? Medusa laughed happily. So, my lord doesn't deny that he has other thoughts about Miss Amandina, Miss Freya, Scarlet, and me? The Highlander girl gasped in surprise and quickly stole a glance at Brando. Brando opened his mouth, but no words came out. I should have known that this little princess is actually black from the start. The valley was filled with the scenery of midsummer. Blooming lilies and ginkgo leaves adorned the Holy Land in the forest. The majestic temple surrounded by greenery had changed with the passage of time, and there was a sense of emptiness. Simple and unadorned wisteria climbed up the outer wall that had been in disrepair for a long time, and layers of leaves were smeared with a layer of emerald green. Brendel looked at the empty holy cathedral with some disappointment. Although he could not help but have some expectations in his heart, he also understood that the kind farewell was probably just a beautiful nostalgia. It's been a long time, my friend. Remember to come back here and tell me what happened outside. A few decades or even 100 years is fine, but don't go back on your words, my friend. The ancient voice still echoed in the forest and did not fade away. A few decades, 100 years, how long was that? It was almost half of a mortal's life. When he grew old, would he still remember the beautiful promise he made in the mountains of Chablis? Brando lowered his eyelids and felt a little heartache. Perhaps the past would never come back. 100 years later, this place would only be a quiet ruin, and he would no longer exist in this world. A friendship would silently disappear here. If possible, Brando did not want to return to this place. He would rather leave this world with a trace of luck than face this silent reality. Therefore, he raised his head and looked at the bastard standing outside the holy sanctum with some dissatisfaction. It was his subordinate who had just returned from the Silver Bay area. The Shire smiled as he looked at Brando and the other two who were walking over. He was obviously waiting for them, and he said with a frivolous tone, "It's been a long time, my lord. It seems like you have already taken care of our two beauties." "Shut up, no one thinks you're a mute." Brendel glared at him. "Shut up, no one thinks you're a mute." Seal could not help but laugh out loud. He laughed so hard that tears rolled down his cheeks. Brendel finally understood that this bastard had been using magic to eavesdrop on his conversation with Medusa, And that question was done on purpose. Speak, Brendel gritted his teeth. Why did you ask us to come here? It's a small matter, the Shire stopped laughing and said seriously. It's also to allow my lord to meet someone. Meet someone? Brando felt his heart skip a beat. He heard the rustling of footsteps as if they were walking on grass, and he turned around in disbelief. A tall and handsome elf stood there and looked at them with a smile. The elf had a reserved demeanor unique to the Silver Tribe and spoke to Brando in a soft voice. It's been a long time, my friend. It was a simple greeting, but it gave Brendel the illusion that everything had changed. Yes, it's been a long time. The last time he was here, he was still clueless about Erwin's future. He could only rely on his foresight in the dark to find a chance. The tiny hope he had built in Ferber, the spark he had ignited in the loop of trade winds, the numerous battles he had gone through, and finally, Ampere Seal had turned the tide. After everything he had done, he had finally reached this day. Everything had changed. The first time they met, it seemed like it was only yesterday. It's been a long time, Brando said this after only 5 years, but when he said this, he had the illusion that he was relieved of a burden. I didn't go back on my word, my friend. The wind started to blow in the valley, and it was a little windy today. For the Fireclaw Lizardman Lord Ropar, the scene in his memory had long disappeared. His former hometown had turned into pieces of broken land floating in the void. The flame in the center of the world was no longer burning fiercely, and it was constantly radiating golden light in all directions. The scorching river had become deathly still, and the lava was no longer flowing. The fiery temperature was slowly extinguished, and the lava had turned into scorched black and cold rocks. The elements seemed to have lost their home, and wandered in the vast space at a loss. The fairy prince Lute also looked at this scene, and he said softly, "The fire is extinguished. Our world has fallen into darkness. But one day, it will ignite again." Ropar nodded. The two of them carefully moved a huge rock away from the center of the magma river that led to the underground world. That place was originally the core of the entire world of the River of Scorching Heat, the source of all rivers. A fire seed that emitted endless light and heat used to burn here like the sun. But now, there was only darkness left in the vast space. Soft footsteps stepped on the shattered stones as the two slowly moved forward in the hall, until they stopped in front of an altar. On the scorched altar, on the surface as smooth as a mirror, there was a black crystal inserted. In the very center of the crystal, there seemed to be a dark red spot of light. Fire seed. Ropar described this word in a somewhat sacred tone. In the Fireclaw Lizardman language, fire itself meant sacred. The manifestation of the law of Tiamat, the source of the mortal fire, that is the law power of a planeswalker. The little fairy Lute sat on his broad shoulders and answered seriously, the supreme inheritance of the fire elemental world. Although it has been extinguished, we can definitely ignite it again. The Fireclaw Lizardman Lord nodded. He took a step forward and grabbed the crystal, and a golden flame shot out from the lizardman's prismatic pupils. The card deck was called Scorching Fury. The ground shook slightly. Even Fayez and Malurcha, who were far away in the shallow sea, noticed the abnormality in the fire elemental world. The woman and the deer looked up at the same time, gazing into the distance. Although there were no longer waves in the shallow sea, and the water of the world flowed from all directions into the void on the cracked land, the distant silver and floating clouds were like the sea. The beauty of the shallow sea was still not inferior to any place in this world. The elements shook, and the 4 elemental worlds resonated with each other, as if it was the cry of a new life. For the first time since the fall of the Black Moon, after losing the law of Tiamat, all things and elements in the elemental border regained their vitality for the first time. "Do you see it, Malurcha?" Fayez cried out in surprise. "It is reviving, the shallow sea is regaining its vitality. It will be a long process. Perhaps we will all turn into ashes in the torrent of time, and it will not return to the way it was in the past," Malurcha replied calmly. "But there is still hope, isn't there?" Malurcha nodded. "Let's go, Malurcha," Fayez said in high spirits. "It's all thanks to his lordship's Shallow Sea Holy Sword. After receiving the Shallow Sea inheritance, we can help him even more." But Malurcha did not move forward. Fayez sensed her companion's abnormality and looked at him strangely. "What is it?" The crystal stag stared blankly into the distance. In the cracks on the seawall, a tiny flower was swaying in the wind. It was a scaly stem, a raceme, and 2 flowers of stars on one stalk, guarding each other in the breeze. It was a scene it had seen many years ago. A tear slid down from the corner of the stag's eye. Riding on Malurcha's horn, Fayez was stunned for a moment. She said in an incredulous tone. "What?" In disbelief, she said. That is Miss Tata's flower of stars." It was as if the endless war had ended. When the huge spatial anomaly slowly closed under the attack of the Buga's spells, everyone threw down the weapons in their hands and stood for a long time in front of the broken walls of Rushta. The Cruz people had lost the land of their ancestors here, and today they had returned here. Valhalla's towering treetops shone on the battlefield. The light spirits were signaling to everyone. It was estimated that in 10 hours, the fortress would begin to teleport again, and this time, its destination would be back to Erewhon. The people of Erewhon were celebrating and cheering. Because after a long war, the warriors could finally return to their homeland. Although there might be more dangerous situations to deal with, everyone was anxious to return home. For nearly 3 years, they had not seen their parents, wives, and children for a long time. The nostalgia for their loved ones and families had surpassed all strong feelings. Of course, they also had to bring back their compatriots who had died on the battlefield to their homeland, so that their souls could return to their homeland. When Tanajal's fleet also gathered in the sky, the other 2 fleets, the Cruz and Hazel fleets, turned in unison and saluted the warriors from the kingdom of Erewhon with their flags. This was a respect and gratitude that did not need to be described with words. An ancient civilization was reborn in the hands of mortals. In Valhalla, Hippamera sat on the bench with joy and focused on the thing in front of her. A hexagonal medal like some kind of shell. She was a little reluctant to put it down because this medal was specially made for her by the Holy Cathedral of Fire in recognition of her great contribution in this war after consulting her own opinion. It was probably the only alien medal in this war. Veronica looked at the girl a little strangely and asked Freya with her eyes. She really likes this thing so much. Well, Freya of course knew the strange hobby of the priestess of the majestic mountain goddess. It was said that the priestess of Himalad had a more or less different aesthetic than ordinary people. They liked those thick and solid things, such as mountain rocks. In response to Veronica's question, she could only nod helplessly. Anyway, as long as Miss Hippamera likes it, Veronica smiled. She killed 3 Leviathan's sons in the final battle of Rushta and solved a big problem for us. People are now asking about the identity of this priestess. If it weren't for the agreement with Brando, we would definitely let her be the hero. To boost morale? Freya asked. Veronica nodded. This war is too long, and now it's just a temporary end. We still have to divide our forces to continue the attack on the Hazel Plateau. On the other hand, the time is approaching. Hearing this, Freya's expression became a little heavy. The war is imminent? I don't think it's too far away. The allied forces of the demons and the nobles have already annexed Eloranta, and they will go south in the blink of an eye. And in the south, although the Twilight Army in the south of the Sea of the Dead Moon has not made any movements after the Battle of Madarif and Hotos, news came from the south not long ago that the Dark Sanctum in Madara has discovered that the power of the goddess of the Dead Moon has begun to be active again. The female legion commander used a word to describe the current situation. It's already the calm before the storm, Freya. Is this why we have to return to Erewhon early? Yes. Go and bring the news to Brando. We just have to wait for the druids to confirm the news and return from outside the elemental frontier to see the current state of the world crystal wall. Veronica sighed. But I have a hunch that the final battle between us and the Twilight Dragon is just around the corner. But are we ready? Freya blinked, sighed softly, and asked. Even if we aren't, it's not up to us to choose, Veronica replied. For our world, for our survival, we must win. I understand. Freya suddenly bowed to the female legion commander. No matter what, I will do my best, teacher. Veronica nodded with relief. I believe in you. You and Vahina are my favorite students. Although you are not from Cruz, at this juncture, your identity is not important. I will pass on my life's knowledge to you in the hope that you can pass on these things in this war. Even in the face of defeat, I hope that you can protect yourself. Teacher, Veronica smiled slightly and said softly, consider this a kind reminder to my student, and also a little selfishness of mine. Freya, this is not a good thing for an excellent commander. Because a truly successful commander should be able to withstand failure first. The Valkyrie took a step back. Chapter 1532. So, what's going on? The three of them sat on the ground and Brando asked, "Why do you want to go to Silver Bay all of a sudden, and what does this have to do with you, Nalathar? Didn't you return to the sacred Silver Valley?" The trees rustled, and the warm sunlight shone through the branches, leaving mottled spots of light on the green meadow. In the depths of the forest in the distance, a young deer was alertly pricking up its ears and looking over. There were a few bright mushrooms at the edge of the forest, and a snake with ring-shaped stripes was curled up in the bushes. Scarlet knelt beside Brando, looking at the quiet and languid afternoon scenery. Nalathar smiled and did not answer, leaving the right to answer to the Shire. The Shire smiled and replied, "I just wanted to find my old self. Your grandfather was so famous, and as his attendant wizard, the name the Shire must have many stories. Of course, more importantly, Metasha and Miss Hippamera both got their own legacies, and I can't fall behind." What does this have to do with anything? Because the source of every planeswalker's power is related to experience, whether it's other people's or their own. The worlds they see in their travels form part of the laws they create. Brando saw that the Shire was serious and did not seem to be lying, so he asked, "Then why Silver Bay?" "I don't know, but there's a vague impression in my memory, telling me that there's something I'm looking for there." "And the result?" The Shire sat up straight. "I found something interesting. I found that when I was young, I studied under the Buga people, and lived in the Silver Bay area for a long time." "Studied under the Buga people?" "My lord, you know that the Wizard of the Tower was once a follower of the Buga people, and we originally built a kingdom in the Silver Bay area. The so-called Silver Bay actually means the Silver Bay. After we broke with the Buga people, we crossed the sea to Karsuk, and then formed an alliance with the Highland Knight. But for hundreds of years, because of the same heritage, we have always maintained contact with Kanaichi, and even in every batch of excellent apprentices, some would be selected to study in Kanaichi." Brando nodded. With the Shire's talent and elemental quality, he could be called a genius among his peers, so it was not surprising that he was chosen by the Buga people. "Subconsciously, I have a deep impression of the experience of living in Silver Bay, but it's always hard to remember some details. The memories of the past is like fragmented fragments that annoys me. It was only after I went to Silver Bay that did I remember many things, including the experiences before I became a wizard of the Black Tower." The Shire reminisced. "I remember that when I could remember things, I moved with my family from Manaville to Karsuk. My mother died very early, and my father was the head of the family. In my memory, I only vaguely remember the appearance of the noble gentleman, somewhat serious, a very rigid knight. When I was very young, there were often some strange guests in the family. Later, I realized that those were elves, but not the wind elves of Saint Tossol. They had silver hair, silver eyes, extraordinary speech, and every move they made seemed to be born noble. Silver folk, silver elves." Brando subconsciously glanced at Nalathar. Nalathar nodded slightly. Charles paused for a moment before continuing. "It was only later that I found out that those guests were my grandmother's relatives. It was said that my maternal great-grandfather had once married a silver elf lady of extraordinary status. From then on, my family and the silver elves formed an indissoluble bond. I have a deep memory of my experience of learning magic. Before I was sent to Abelia Tower, I remember that I had once learned magic from a silver elf. As far as I can remember, it was that esteemed mister who guided me on the path of a wizard until I became famous and was chosen by the wizards of the tower. But after that, he left Karsuk as my first teacher, and I have never seen this person again since then." Hearing this, Brando's heart skipped a beat, and he raised his head to look at the Shire. The Shire smiled slightly. "Hearing this, my lord should have already guessed it. Because later on, I met Hippet and Borg in Silver Bay, and under their introduction, I became your grandfather's wizard attendant. Mr. Borg is Miss Amandina's father. At that time, we also went through many things before we recognized each other's identity. Borg is a descendant of my grandmother's elder brother. He's also my distant cousin." "You remembered all of this?" "There are still some details, but it's better not to mention them. The reason I was able to go to Holy Silver Valley to find Nalathar was because I remembered some of the inheritance of the Silver Folk. In fact, the most important part of my path as a wizard is the respected teacher who guided me on this path. As for his memories, I'm afraid that only the Silver Elves can give me the answer to this question." "Then have you found the answer?" Brando looked at the Shire. The Shire looked at Nalathar, who was beside him. At first, His Majesty did not know about the matter between Mr. Villefort and Her Royal Highness, but after so many things happened, we feel guilty towards the descendants of the late King Eric. Of course, on the other hand, everyone is anxious to find Her Royal Highness, who has been missing for a long time after leaving Holy Silver Valley, Nalathar replied. The one who taught Mr. the Shire magic is actually the younger brother of Princess Metisha and Princess Tiamas, the previous king of elves. Unfortunately, he died outside the elemental frontier 30 years ago. The leaves rustled, like the footsteps of a hero who was leaving. The Shire silently held up a blue card, showing this dazzling card of fate in front of Brando. That was his life. Hero of the Tower, choose a spell card from your deck and put it into your hand. Then discard a card. If you have 3 or more spell cards in your graveyard, banish the Shire of the Tower to exile Hero of the Tower. Then transfer him back to the battlefield under the control of his owner and convert him. Convert. The Shire of the Tower King. The Shire of the Tower King enters the battlefield with 5 mana counters. Add 1 mana counter. Reduce the power level of any target creature on the battlefield by 1 level. If the target's power level is lower than elemental power, destroy it. Reduce 3 mana counters. During this turn, you can cast any ability or spell card from your graveyard. If the card is to be placed into your graveyard this turn, shuffle it into your deck instead. If this card has more than 20 mana counters, banish the Shire of the Tower to exile Hero of the Tower. Then transfer him back to the battlefield under the control of his owner and convert him into Hero of the Tower. The Planeswalker gains a negative level ability when the Planeswalker attacks the target creature. When the Shire of the Tower has 0 mana counters, banish the Shire of the Tower to exile Hero of the Tower. Then transfer him back to the battlefield under the control of his owner and convert him into Hero of the Tower. Cannot be destroyed. The cold winter fog shrouded Fort Brown Raven. The towering towers on both sides of the recently completed fort stood in the fog, monitoring the Fanzan Plain in the north. That place used to be the most prosperous area, but now it was deserted and dead. Suddenly, there was a rush of horse hooves in the foggy forest, breaking the silence of the early morning. The soldiers on the tower hurriedly lowered the drawbridge. The iron chains clanked as the thick wooden planks hit the dry mud, kicking up a cloud of dust. A knight came out of the fog. He pulled on the reins of his horse and dismounted outside the gate. His body was drenched in sweat and dew. The soldiers immediately went up to him, took over the reins, handed him a water bag, and brought over another horse. The knight did not stop. He did not even have time to drink water. He quickly jumped on the back of another horse. "Open the gate!" he shouted and went around in a small circle. The gate on the other side of the stronghold had already creaked open. He whipped his horse and rushed out from that direction, leaving only the back of his figure for everyone to see. Such a scene was playing out in every fort north of Alcash. It was not even the 10th month of the year of spring, but a piece of news had already spread in the north. The Dusk Army in the north was recovering. Tens of millions of monsters were gathering in the 10 cities, east of Eloranta, and the Ring of the World. They were heading south. Outside the elemental frontier, the Buga mages who were monitoring the area also sent out messages. The Dusk Dragon was awakening. 5 years later, the last seal left by the Sage of the Earth had finally begun to loosen. At the same time, on the highlands south of Erewhon, the Karsuk people were welcoming a special celebration. After 3 years of reconstruction, the area from Diez, Darlangi to Silverhorse City had already formed a solid defense line. In order to prepare for the upcoming war, the civilians had already been evacuated. The Caligos, who had lived here for generations, had also left their homeland for the first time to rebuild their new homes in Manowir and Viro. Now, only soldiers from various countries, adventurers, mercenaries from all over the world, and Buga mages were left here. Of course, there were also merchants from the rear. These merchants had spontaneously transported goods from Lantern Island, Grimoires, and other places to prepare for the long-awaited Winter Solstice Festival. This was the most traditional festival in Karsuk. In most areas of Erewhon, there was also the custom of hunting and revelry on the winter solstice. It could even be said to be an important symbol of the old year in this ancient kingdom. Although the armies of different countries were left here, some of them came from different cultural areas. For example, the Wind Elves often fasted on the winter solstice to commemorate their heroes and sages who died in the War of the Holy Saints. But this year, at the end of the Year of Spring Dawn, Everyone did not know if there was any meaning in living tomorrow. So people put aside their differences and joined the ranks of Erewhon to welcome the Grand Carnival. After night fell, in many areas, bonfires were lit all night long. From afar, they looked like a series of stars, dotting the dark highlands. All food and drinks were freely available at the carnival. The streets were hung with colorful tassels and flags. People sang and danced to their heart's content and wished each other well, hoping to survive the war. Knights from different areas even started a competition. At one point, it developed into a drunken riot, making the scene a mess. But people laughed, and when the drunken rioters sobered up, they shook hands with each other and left politely. Most of the noble officers turned a blind eye to what was happening below. They pretended that they didn't see anything. That was because there was also a banquet going on in the castle. People were toasting each other, and words of hope for victory could be heard everywhere. The only thing that was a little disappointing was that there weren't any beautiful and delicate noble ladies to liven things up. There were only a bunch of burly old men in the castle. But people also understood that the so-called carnival was just a ritual to boost morale and vent the depression in their hearts. They knew that perhaps the moment the sun rose tomorrow, when everyone put down their wine glasses, they might have to abandon everything and set foot on the battlefield of life and death. And that day was not too far away. This was Erewhon's last New Year. Perhaps it would also be the last New Year of this era. On the streets that were filled with a festive atmosphere, a pair of bright eyes observed everything with interest in the darkness. Then the merchant lady stood up and left 2 gold coins on the table. She thought for a moment and took one back. Then she walked into the crowd with her hands behind her back. She would remember this interesting memory. In her long life, this might be a rather interesting experience. But all of this would come to an end. The Roman chuckled softly. On the faraway city wall, the soldiers on duty were sounding the alarm. But it was not the arrival of the Dusk Army. Instead, a vast expanse of white fog appeared on the horizon. The fluorescent fog was so conspicuous under the night sky. The allied army of the Earth Legion and the Silver Elves finally retreated here. Found it! A surprised cry came from the dark abyss. Solomon and the dwarf king Califen both looked down. Although the huge explosion a few years ago had completely changed the terrain of the Deathfrost Forest, creating a huge rift valley in the north of the Falling Needle Hills. It was even said that across the tranquil Wind Mountain Range, seawater poured into the rift from the north, forming several connected saltwater lakes and wetlands. One could imagine that under the erosion of the tidal force, this old appearance would completely disappear in a few years, becoming a new coastline north of Valendon that faced the Dark Star Sea. But fortunately, they still had time to find the stone tablet before all of this changed. Frost Chant Sinna emitted a deep radiance in the darkness. A few knights excitedly climbed up the stone tablet from below. It was a rather simple and unique stone tablet, and it was also the last piece of the puzzle of the 7 stone tablets. Finally, before everything, the dwarf king Califen could not help but let out a long sigh. I hope it's not too late. Lady Martha bless us, let this last hope really come true. Solomon nodded. Behind him, Akani had already ordered the knights. Immediately bring it to the Abbey's territory and find the Flame King. Also, help us pass a message to the Flame King. My lord? Ajani turned her head and met Solomon's eyes, their silver eyes exchanging a look. In the end, the Mage King nodded his head, and the dwarf king Califen also heavily placed his warhammer on the ground. Without waiting for the Queen of Silverfire to speak again, he replied in a gruff voice. That's right. Tell His Excellency Flame King that everything has been prepared, and everyone is in their positions. Go and tell him that the war is imminent. Chapter 1533. Valhalla always looked particularly beautiful near the end of the year. The whole city was shrouded in a special atmosphere, warm and peaceful. Snowflakes floated outside the dark window. In the distance, Princess Street was lit up, and the light of magic was connected in the darkness, forming a bright necklace. Below them was a peaceful outer city. Lights were everywhere, and behind every window was a warm family. Above was a brightly lit mid-level platform, where the citizens were having a night of revelry. Kiara held her cheeks. His eyes twinkled with starry light as he stared at them enviously. This was her 3rd year living under the fence. Since the death of Levin Ornazan, Her Royal Highness sent her to this place in the name of marriage. But in essence, this was to keep Kiara away from her ill-intentioned relatives. After all, in House Cipher, there were still many people who coveted the inheritance of that title. Kiara was not uncomfortable with it. She did not like or hate the Abs, but she was interested in the Count, her nominal fiancé. In this era, women tended to have children at a very early age, especially noble girls. Chiara didn't really mind this marriage. After all, the other party was the spouse that her brother Ornison had personally arranged for her, and he was so outstanding. If not, why would she give Cypher's heart to that person? The necklace itself was a token of love. But what made her a little annoyed was that her distant cousin always looked at her like she was a child, afraid that the Count would taint her. Humph, you just want to steal it yourself. Kiara frowned and pulled the quill. So annoying. What's wrong with being the descendant of Elkin III? Ling and Lotus looked at Kiara's movements in puzzlement. Elves grew slowly. A few years ago, the two of them looked the same size as Kiara, but now the latter had become more and more like a little sister. Compared with the two little girls, she had more ignorant troubles. Kiara, what's wrong with you? Lotus asked softly. You don't understand, Kiara replied impatiently. Ling replied faintly, Miss Amandina said that you can't go anywhere this year. I know. Kiara was so angry that she wanted to grab her hair. I don't need you to repeat it. Don't mess up your hair. Xianxia helped her fasten the last brass button and reminded her. Metisha was behind the three of them, holding Ling's hair and braiding it for her. She smiled and listened to the three girls talking. Although the two sisters were fostered under Scarlet's name, as her elder sister's daughters, they could be considered her true family in this world. Miss Amandina is too strict with them. Scarlet carefully adjusted Chiara's collar, straightened up, and said to Metisha with a slight frown. The silver elf princess chuckled. Her eyes curved into crescents. She shook her head and said, Then you'll have to tell her yourself. Scarlet's eyes widened. She didn't dare to provoke that strict young lady. Miss Amandina is also afraid that something will happen to them, Metisha said with a smile. After all, today is different from the past. The Twilight Army is pressing on the border, and the final battle is imminent. Although the Twilight Dragon's underlings in the Order Realm have suffered great losses, it's hard to guarantee that they won't cause any trouble. She looked at the three girls and said, But at the beginning of the new year, it's not a good idea to be cooped up at home. After the banquet is over, I'll take you to see the celebration. Kiara suddenly raised her head, her eyes almost shining. Really? Sister Metisha? Of course, but you have to be obedient later. Metisha said seriously. Yeah. The three girls cheered together, after all, having the temperament of a child. With a whoosh, the cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed into the warm hall. Even the bright flames in the furnace dimmed by a few degrees. Amandina, Maynard, and Allium Japonicum pushed open the door to the courtyard from outside. A thin layer of snow had accumulated on the shoulders of their windbreakers. Allium Japonicum took off his windbreaker and handed it to Falerne, who had a serious expression on her face. He looked at them with a smile and asked, What are you so happy about? Humph. Chiara snorted softly. Sister Metisha wants to take us out to play. Lotus replied very obediently. That's not bad. The tone you use to coax children. Chiara said lightly. Amandina glared at her sternly. Everyone laughed secretly, and Metisha also lowered her head and chuckled. Amandina asked Falerne, who was beside her, Are there any other guests? I saw a carriage outside. The tip of Falerne's ears twitched. The elf lady was staring at her sister. Tia, who had sneaked over to a long table, stuck out her tongue embarrassedly and obediently put down the gingerbread in her hand. She then opened her mouth and replied, Princess Griffine and Princess Magadal are upstairs in the study. Only then did Amandina nod. She looked at the three girls carefully and said in a rare gentle tone, Remember not to cause trouble for Miss Metisha. Understood. A crisp voice answered. Brando looked at this scene warmly by the fireplace, a little lost in thought. This Castle Abes was like his home in this world, and every member was a part of this family. Whether it was Medisa, Scarlet, Amandina, Senior, Ling, Lotus, or the others, although they didn't know what the future would be like, there was no doubt that everyone cherished the time they had now. Just like the last days of the year of spring, during this new year, people understood that perhaps for a long, long time in the future, they would remember these last days of peace. In the days to come, people would witness more and more of the spreading flames of war, death, parting and sorrow. It would be more tragic than any war that the civilized world had ever experienced. Brando asked without blinking. Is there any news of Carglass? The Shire behind him slowly shook his head. No, but after the incident, we searched the entire Bernisal and the surrounding areas, and did not find Mr. Carglass's body. We can only conclude that he is missing. Brando sighed. He knew that there were too many strange abilities and spells in this world. Even if they did not find the body, there was no guarantee that Carglass would be completely safe. Presumably, when Carglass covered Haru's and Makaya's escape, he must have prepared himself for everything. Brendel felt a little disappointed. Back then, he was the one who had led this young man onto this path. He had promised to protect his marriage with Maria, and now that the old nobleman had finally agreed, this outstanding young man would not be able to wait for that day to come. Her Highness has also asked about this matter. The astrologers believe that this is not a sign of death. Perhaps we have not lost all hope. The Shire replied, I think so too, but I can't free myself now. The situation in Karsuk is getting worse by the day, and the local affairs have been entrusted to the patrolling cavalry of Lantern Island. Brando nodded, understanding that this was the only way. He gently put down the letter in his hand and flattened the corner of the paper with his fingers. After a while he asked again, The Shire, what is Gaia? The Shire looked at the letter and hesitated for a moment. Is this the letter that Mistress White wrote to you? Brando nodded. Then for this question, my lord, you should ask Ovina or Miss Andrea. After all, they are the only ones who know about the mythological era of the past. The Shire replied. The fire in the fireplace not far away burned, and the red light reflected on one side of his face. I asked them. Oh, what did they say? Gaia is not part of Tiamat's authority, and only Martha knows of Gaia's existence. Its duty is to nurture life. The curved surface project that created me was completed by Martha with the help of Gaia's power. Tiamat's network only provided the necessary energy for this project. It was because of this that the Twilight Dragon was successfully fooled. The Shire was surprised to hear this, and asked, Doesn't that mean that Gaia does not have the authority of Tiamat's law, and is not a god? Brando nodded. That seems to be the case. I remember that in the era of the divine people, Gaia was not a real god. The main god of the Temple of the Earth was the goddess of the mountains, Himalad. Although the lion men and dwarves of Toquinen respectfully called Gaia the mother of the earth, there is no record of this goddess participating in the war in the Pale poem of the past. The Shire frowned, and suddenly remembered something. But Brando asked, what if she is not a goddess of war? But her authority is not within Tiamat's law, unless her power is equal to Martha's, the Shire answered firmly. Another main god. Brando remembered the girl he saw in the stagnant realm, who looked very similar to Sifrid, and shook his head. He had seen Martha, and he had seen the power that could control the entire Tiamat's law with her every move. That kind of majestic and all-encompassing power, as if she owned the entire world. Gaia might know many secrets, and she was wise as if she could see through everything, but the feeling she gave him was completely different. The Shire looked at him and suddenly asked, My lord, why do you ask about this? Brando shook his head and replied, Haku said in the letter that she would leave us all with a hope. I originally thought that she only wanted to resurrect Metisha, but now it seems that her scheme is far from that. She went through untold hardships to obtain Gaia's power, and even had to abandon her mortal feelings. Why is that? She is a very ambitious woman, my lord. Brando looked at the Shire. Are you still brooding over the matter of your great-grandfather? The latter shook his head. Not to that extent. I just want to say that there may not be only one Ekis in this world. Brando nodded. But in his heart, he had a faint feeling that perhaps Haku was not lying to him about this matter. What was the so-called hope? Griffin looked at the bright lights of Valhalla from afar. She put down the white porcelain teacup with both hands, and the fragrance of the tea filled the study. She looked up and fixed her gaze on her best friend. When you were in Vlada, did you ever think of this day, Magadal? Magadal smiled and shook her head. Griffin, I will tell you, even in the craziest and most absurd dreams, I never thought that there would be a day like this. Would you believe me? Griffin did not answer. But the silence was the answer to all the questions. Yes, who would have thought of this? Their fates had taken a 180-degree turn at the intersection of Ampere Seal, and it was all because of the same person. Griffin gently rubbed the edge of the teacup with her slender fingertips. Sometimes I even have an illusion that this is not my real fate. Maybe it is just a dream. I am afraid that I will wake up from this dream, because these days I often have a nightmare that makes me wake up in the middle of the night in cold sweat. What kind of nightmare is that, my friend? Magadal asked. Maybe you have been worrying too much these days. Why don't you tell me so that I can share some of your worries? Maybe you will feel better. Thank you, Magadal, Griffin said softly. In my dream, I dreamed of a different heroine, where I did not meet Brando. After we parted ways in Vlada, I was betrayed by the royal faction in Ampere Seal, and I had no choice but to marry a wreck and become his tool to raise his children. The conditions that the nobles promised me were nothing but beautiful lies. I saw Haruz die in front of me with my own eyes, and Owen eventually fell into a sea of fire. I tried my best to save everything, but what awaited me in the end was nothing more than a sharp blade. The princess' voice began to tremble. But what killed me was not a conspiracy, but endless despair. Magadal, can you understand that feeling? There was no hope, and it was a dark path that led straight to the abyss and death. Magadal said softly. But that was just a dream. You met Mr. Brando in the end, didn't you? Griffin took a deep breath. She calmed herself down and replied, Thank you, Magadal. Perhaps that is the case. I still remember the first time Oberway described him to me. The scene of that day is still vivid in my mind. After that, I exchanged letters with him and used the brooch as a keepsake. That was probably the boldest thing I did in my life. But now that I think about it, I was so lucky at that moment. Magadal looked at her friend gently, but her eyes were full of envy. You are indeed lucky, Griffin. Princess Griffin raised her head and looked at her. Are you tempted too, Magadal? How can I not be? Magadal replied honestly. He changed the course of my life, and entered my heart. No matter what, I can't forget his place in my heart. I thought that I should live a normal life, but it turns out that a peaceful life is not as easy as I thought. It was Mr. Brando who made me understand this. Griffin was speechless. Yes, perhaps only when that moment comes, people will understand. Even if they were to hold on to everything that was precious, it would still be a luxury. Both of them looked at the lights in the darkness. Have you ever thought that this might be the last new year we will see in our lives, Magadal? But people still carefully guard this last bit of light. I hope the long night will pass. Freya checked her warhorse one last time. She patted the neck of the beast, smoothed its fur, and carefully fed it with hay and beans before carefully leaving the stable. In the distance, the soldiers of the White Lion Legion were cleaning their weapons and armor. Although it was the new year, the whole camp was bustling with activity. Everyone was making their final preparations. After today, they would leave their homeland and go to the highlands to participate in the real war. Although it was the first time for many of them to go to the battlefield, they were very brave and joking with each other. A young soldier was excitedly discussing his future wife and life after the war. Although many of them knew that most of them would not be able to return to this land. But they encouraged each other. Everyone clearly understood that the reason why they were willing to die was because they could not let go of their worries. And the reason why they chose to leave was because they loved everything here. Freya stood silently in the darkness. But what was the reason for her worries? Was it just for Erwin? Or was it for everyone in Buchi? She looked at the young soldier's face from afar, and the happy smile on his face. She felt a stab of pain in her heart. It was like that night in Bragg's. The bright moonlight shone in the small alley of Bragg's, and melodious music came from the tavern like a nocturne. The two of them looked at each other. She could still remember how she had dressed up in her favorite military uniform, but that stupid guy hadn't seemed to notice. He had only told her about the things she needed to pay attention to in the future, and then put on the ring she had given him with his own hands. Now do you understand why I want you to go to the Royal Knight Academy, Freya? Because Freya, I need your help. Owen's goddess of war bit her lips as tears rolled down her cheeks. I don't know. But I'm only doing it for you. All of this is. She covered her mouth and turned around, but she did not expect to bump into someone. Freya lost her balance and almost fell backwards, but a hand caught her before she could fall. The girl from Buchi raised her head in astonishment, and the first thing she saw was a familiar tall figure. In that instant, tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. Brando looked at the girl silently, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. He, Freya, and the Roman were all from Buchi, and the three of them were the most familiar with each other. But he never thought that he would occupy such an important position in the heart of this innocent girl. He gently wiped away the tears on the goddess of war's face, and suddenly regretted it. He regretted the decision he made at that time. He finally understood how heartless it was to let Freya go to the Royal Knight Academy alone, to an environment that was completely foreign to her. But for him, this naive and innocent girl from the countryside of Wuxia had chosen this path without hesitation. Freya looked at Brando's hand in a daze. On his index finger, there was a shining ruby ring, exactly the same as that time. This is. She almost could not believe her eyes. I'm sorry, Freya, Brando answered clumsily. I accidentally broke the ring you gave me. This ring was specially made by Master Tamar. I can't accompany you to Karsuk tomorrow, but I hope it can protect you on my behalf. Tears came out again, but this time, they were tears of happiness. Freya looked at Brando with tears in her eyes as he carefully lifted her hand, and then put on the ring with both hands. At that moment, she felt like she was going to faint. Accompany me to the banquet, okay? Brando took Freya's hand and was about to lead her out. But Freya stopped. Brando looked back at her, and the girl firmly shook her head. She seemed to have gathered all her courage and said, I'm going to the battlefield tomorrow, Brando. But I don't know if I can come back alive. Tonight, let me be willful for once, okay? It was like a lily quietly blooming in the night. Brando stared at Freya for a long time without saying anything. Chapter 1534. Lightning that did not belong to this season flashed among the heavy clouds in the sky. Bolts of lightning fell one after another. Under the light purple sky, there was a vast wilderness plateau. They're here! Someone shouted in the wind as the flag was blown by the wind. A tiny spot appeared on the horizon, followed by a second and a third. More and more spots appeared, gradually forming a sparkling line. Like a rising tide, a thin line of water appeared at the intersection of the sky and the sea. Then there was the majestic sea. On the jagged line stood tall figures that had never been seen before. They were the Crystal Cluster Lords. The projection of Leviathan's descendants appeared in the sky. The tail of a giant whale swam up and down in the clouds. After the clouds parted, a huge black sphere was revealed. It was like a hollow eye, staring at the barren plateau. Everyone quieted down. The crowd suddenly parted to form a path. Freya, wearing the white lion armor, walked up to the city wall accompanied by the knight. The sharp turbulence ruffled the mane on her collar. Her white mane stood up one by one and fluttered behind her. The girl's dark eyes reflected the purple lightning, and it seemed to light up her eyes. Her long hair fluttered in front of her snow-white forehead. The softness in her eyes was more charming and gentle than the heroic female knight in the past. Everyone felt the change in their commander's temperament. Freya was like a newlywed wife. She held the ring tightly and pursed her lips as she looked at the scene. A few kilometers away, the trembling of the earth could be heard. The cold wind came from the plateau of Karsuk. It blew along the Tosankade forest and across the entire southern territory. Everything withered and frosted, and the world was already covered in silver. Brando stood in the biting cold wind. The wind seemed to carry the scent of the distant plateau. It was warm and familiar. He lowered his head and looked at the strand of hair in his hand. It was still tied with a ribbon. He could not help but feel lost. She was gone, but her fragrance still lingered. Outside Castle Abes, snow fell quietly in the pine forest, and the cold wind swayed the branches. Under the tall black pine, Haru stood beside his sister. The rolling snowflakes pulled at his long cloak, but the young king did not say a word. His bright eyes glistened with tears as he looked at his teacher. Even if we can see each other off for 1,000 miles, we still have to part in the end. Brando turned around and carefully kept the strand of hair close to his body. He smiled and said, Let's stop here. After all, we have to step onto different battlefields in this war. I don't want to say anything to boost morale. I just want to say that we should wait for each other in this battle that will decide our future. There is still hope for everything. Perhaps one day, everyone will be able to gather here again. The people who stood proudly in the cold wind were King Solomon, the dwarf King Califen, the great druids Grey Fury and Sifrid, and then the people of Abes. Amandina stood in front of everyone, and behind her were Rabin, Cornelius, Odom, Kodum, Reto, and Tamar. Tajiv, the cave-dweller king, had passed away a few years ago. His son, Takub, stood behind everyone, together with Uriel, who had retired from the White Lion Legion a year ago. Then there were the nobles of Erewhon, led by Oberwei. Behind them were Count Audine, whose hair had turned white, and Marjorie and Eugenie, who had been married for 2 years. Next to him was Avrum, who was said to have recently gotten together with Yaidini and had gained the favor of the Count of Grey Mountain. Beside him, Yaidini was still looking at their commander with some worry. She was still a timid and kind girl. Levin's maid, Edessa, stood beside Chiara in a black dress. Finally, there was Dilferi and her father, Count Yenbao. Brando had met the Cow Knight, Nia, and Ronan in Ampere Seal. Adney and Quill were also among the crowd. They had stayed in Erewhon for half a year, and would soon return to Rubik to lead the people of the desert to the Great Plains, where they would build a new home. Everyone's eyes fell on Brando. Teacher. Haruz choked a few times, almost unable to say anything. Haruz, stop crying. His Majesty, the King of Erewhon, can't cry so easily. Brando said with a smile. But Haruz looked at him with tears in his eyes, and said with a sobbing voice, Teacher, I want to go with you. Brando couldn't help but find it funny. He looked at Princess Grafine, but found that Her Royal Highness had turned her head away. He sighed, walked in the snow to Haruz's side, raised his hand, and tapped his crown with his knuckles. The little prince raised his head and looked at his teacher. His silver eyes were watery, and his eyelashes were long and dense. He blinked with some confusion. Brando knocked 3 times and asked, Do you feel the weight? The weight is on your head. Authority, obligation, responsibility. Don't let it down. Sparkling and translucent tears rolled down from his eyes. Brando turned back and looked at Amandina. Tonagel, I'll have to trouble you. Amandina didn't even look at him. She lowered her head and nodded silently. Your Royal Highness. I don't want to hear it, Grafine said lightly. But I order you to come back alive and marry me. Brando was stunned. Then he smiled slightly. He bent down to straighten Haruz's collar and straightened the little prince's gleaming silver lily brooch on his collar. He straightened up and took one last look at everyone, especially the citizens of Tonagel. His gaze swept over the familiar faces one by one. Then he turned around. The wind and snow rose all over the sky, as if only a lonely figure was left. There was silence in the snow. The faint winter sunlight slanted into a beam and sprinkled in the corridor. The patter of footsteps came closer from afar. Sue held a large pile of clothes in her hands and walked in the empty corridor expressionlessly. The sunlight cast a crisscrossing shadow on her face, revealing her healthy wheat-colored skin. Her appearance had become more and more picturesque over the years. Due to her tall stature and slender figure, this daughter of the Red Copper Dragon had long been a well-known beauty in the Ferber region. Many nobles had openly or secretly expressed their admiration for her. Even many people in the White Lion Legion had expressed their love for her. The young commander of the Silver Fleet, Manrique, was one of the many suitors. But the girl refused all of them without hesitation. For many years, she had been quietly leading the Abbey's castle as the head maid. In fact, she had taken over Falern's job in the past. She stopped in front of a door and knocked. Then she turned the knob and pushed the door open. Miss Yuta, change of clothes. However, the situation in the room made Sue stunned for a moment. The snow-white bed was empty, and only the messy bedsheets proved that someone had been here before. The window on one side was open. The cold wind poured in from outside. The curtains fluttered. The snow even fell on the desk, then melted into ice water and dripped onto the wooden floor. Miss Yuta? He walked silently in the wind and snow. In her memory, the entrance of the tomb was near the bottom of the valley, and the few broken pillars were still standing there. Amidst the bushes, the pillars were covered with a thick layer of snow. The stone pillars were not maintained properly, and their condition was worse than before. Many of the words on the pillars had been smoothed out. After arriving here, Brando stood there for a moment. The scene when he discovered this place was still fresh in his mind. Although some details were already blurred, his memory of the people and things had become even more vivid. He could still remember the names of the White Lion Legion's knights. Some of them died in Ampere Seal, Menta, or Cruz. Some were injured and left the White Lion Legion, and some were already married and had children. There were also some who were still fighting on the plateau of Karsuk, fighting for the future of mankind. Brando's hand gently pressed against his chest. His heartbeat was slow and strong, but his thoughts were very complicated. He could always vaguely see the merchant lady in front of him, frowning as she looked at him. He reached out to pinch her face, the delicate touch still lingering in his fingers. Brando, I tied myself to the horse. How is it? Amazing, right? Ha ha ha. There's no problem with me like this. Oh, it hurts. Then, everything vanished into thin air. Brando smiled and put away his thoughts. He lowered his head and entered the tomb. In the darkness was a dim corridor. The smell of dust, mold, and mud floated in the air. Simple stone pillars supported the four walls of the tomb. Brando recalled as he walked. There was originally an agate light barrier here, and behind it was a tomb. They were attacked by ghouls there for the first time. He saw a stone platform and remembered that there used to be a fire raven's tongue on it. It was a brass-ranked magic longsword, and it was still Janna's sword to this day. Behind it was the large stone coffin. He took out the stone pieces from his chest. One of them looked like a chisel, and it was found in this coffin. Brando gently put the stone piece back. He didn't need it now. He raised his head. The collapsed part of the tomb had already been dug up. Underneath it was the place where he fought the pendulum golem with the deer banshee. A slim figure walked out from the darkness. Elaine, who had recovered from her crystallization sickness, looked at him with a lazy smile. You're here. Brando nodded. Where are the others? They're all ready. You don't have to go, Miss Elaine. Sister Elaine. Elaine corrected him. There's no point in staying outside. Everyone is participating in this war. How can I stay out of it? Brando nodded silently. The two of them walked down the stairs and entered the caves. They once again passed through Eleanor's labyrinth, and then came the endless crystal belt. Brendel once again stopped in front of the huge crystal. Kelsey, the witch queen, and the middle-aged swordsman were still very much alive. It was as if the crystal seal had sealed their lives away, and at the same time, stopped the erosion of time for 1,000 years. Brando silently bowed to the three of them, then walked past them and continued forward. Elaine looked at him from behind. She didn't say a word, but there was a trace of respect in her eyes. Mysterious patterns began to appear on the red surface of the ground. The signs of magic erosion had become more serious in the past 5 years. Some of the cracks even seeped out purple light. Brando looked at these details. He understood that for a seal that had been maintained for thousands of years, 5 years was just a blink of an eye. The continuously rising tide of magic was the main culprit. Just like the elemental border's world wall, with the awakening of the Twilight Dragon, the seal was on the verge of collapse. But what exactly was down there? Was it just the throne of destiny? The two of them finally came in front of the gate. The cave area became extremely open here. Circles of golden ripples rippled in the space. When one approached these ripples, one could see a golden translucent magic circle that was slowly rotating, like the hands of a clock. Even the flow of time seemed to be accelerated here. Brando seemed to be able to see the passing of life through the flowing sand, but he immediately shook his head. He knew that it was just an illusion caused by the distortion of the huge magic power. This was the ultimate dungeon in the world of the Amber Sword, the accuracy of time. Brando saw other people here. The Shire, Metasha, Mephistopheles, and Hippamera were standing in front of the gate. The Night Song Tiger and his team, Malurcha and Ropar, were further away. When he arrived, a joyful cheer came from the darkness. The little female dragon appeared from the other side of the darkness. Flora stood not far from her. Allah's golden pupils seemed to be burning with a circle of flames as she looked at Brando. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Brando looked at everyone first. His gaze met each of his subordinates one by one, and they responded to each other's gazes. Then he replied to Allah's, thank you for coming. The little female dragon raised her chin. Of course, Mithril is enough for the mortal battlefield. But this war is equally important to us. After all, this is a direct battle with the Twilight Dragon. Solomon hopes that the dragons can also contribute. After all, we are the last of the golden race. Of course, the key is that I'm worried about you. The key is the last sentence. Flora said. Alaz looked at her partner in annoyance. Brando smiled, but his gaze fell on a person in the crowd. Scarlet. The Highlander girl's face was slightly pale, and she subconsciously took a step back. No matter what, this was the first time she disobeyed the Lord's orders. But she clenched the spear in her hand. She knew what this battle meant. No matter what, she would never leave Brando again. The girl had already made up her mind. But Brando looked at her and did not say what she expected. Instead, he said very seriously, "Follow me closely later. You're slightly weaker." Scarlet looked up in disbelief. Brando smiled at her. "If I fail, there's no point in staying there. If you want to stay by my side, then do as you wish." Scarlet's eyes turned red almost immediately, but she quickly turned her head away and wiped her eyes. Brendel walked past her and raised his head to look at the huge door of light. Everyone fell silent. This was because everyone present knew very well what it meant once they stepped through the door. Brendel was silent for a moment before he turned around and asked everyone, "What do you think?" Although the purpose of each of us coming here has long since been clear. But at this moment, I still want to ask each and every one of you. Are you ready? Everyone nodded in agreement. Then come. Brando took a deep breath. Face the throne of destiny. Face the twilight. Chapter 1535. Countless rays of light shuttled back and forth in front of his eyes, colorful and vibrant. Behind the layers of light, in just a short step, Brando felt like he had gone through a long time. Finally, he stepped on solid ground. When he came back to his senses, the scene in front of him had already changed. The underground cave had disappeared, and so had the light door. In the darkness, he could no longer see the layers of stalagmites and the mysterious magic erosion patterns. All that was left in front of him was a thick fog and an endless dark void. Scarlet appeared behind him. The girl held the azure lance in her hand and looked at the place in a daze. This was the world behind the door. A world surrounded by thick fog. A huge tree root pierced through the fog and hung in the darkness. Compared to this tree root, humans were like tiny specks of dust. Around the tree root was an empty abyss. In the darkness, there was a faint whistling sound of wind, like a sinister and terrifying ghost laugh. The two of them stood on top of the tree root, their front and back completely engulfed by the thick fog. The monotonous sound of the wind surrounded their ears, but other than that, there was a sense of loneliness around them. The whistling wind was moving noisily in the depths of the darkness, but the thick fog around them was motionless. It was as if the world was still. After Scarlet, Metisha and Hippamera also arrived one by one. The Shire followed behind the Night Song Tiger and was the last to appear. He stepped on the ground, and there was a crisp crack. He looked down and found that he had stepped on a thin layer of ice. What the hell is this place? The Shire exhaled, and the hot air quickly condensed into white fog. Everyone found that the temperature around them was very low, and even the fog was a thin layer of ice dust. There was a layer of frost on the tree trunk they were standing on. But it was not just the cold. There seemed to be an ominous aura lingering in the darkness, and it seeped into their bones. Before the Shire finished his words, a shrill scream came from behind them. Brendel turned his head sharply and saw a monster with wings under its armpits breaking through the fog. But Scarlet had already stepped in front of him and stabbed with the azure lance, nailing the thing to the tip of the lance. Only then did everyone see the appearance of the monster clearly. It was a creature that was as thin as a match and looked like a bat. However, its entire body was pitch black and they couldn't see its face clearly. It was like a shadow that was splashed with thick ink. Its limbs were thin and long, and there was only a thin opening where each of its eyes should be. Scarlet threw it to the ground, and the monster screamed and struggled for a moment before dying. A shadow monster? The Shire was stunned when he saw the thing and could not help but ask, "This is the Shadow Kingdom?" Metisha and the Shire replied, and the darkness around them reflected in her silver eyes. "Although the time here is much faster than the physical world, it should be a lower realm. Do you smell it?" "Smell what?" The Shire sneezed and complained, "I just feel that it's too damn cold here. Achoo." Mephistopheles looked at him curiously. "Is it cold here, Mr. the Shire?" "But I feel a little comfortable. There's something about this place that makes me feel peaceful, as if I'm beside the Lord." He looked at Andrique and asked, "What do you think, sister?" "Except for the last point," Andrique replied coldly. I agree with everything. Scarlet frowned and wiped the tip of her lance. She looked at the ugly corpse and whispered to Brando beside her. My lord, what is the lower realm? Brando looked at the world and replied, the lower realm is the foundation of our world. These worlds are made up of simple laws and are the projections of these laws. The shallow sea of the elemental frontier, the river of scorching heat, the stone pivot, and the mountain of ceasing storms are also such worlds, but they are of a higher level. These worlds are at the bottom of the Tiamat network, such as the shadow realm and the dust world. Because the laws in these worlds are incomplete, the flow of time is faster than the physical world. Alaz also added, yes, in short, the Tiamat network that runs through our world is a tree. The lower the tree, the simpler the foundation of the laws. And the higher the tree, the more complicated the branches are. In the trunk of this tree, the lowest part of it is a world made up of the simplest and most basic laws. This is the lower realm. Further up, there are the more complicated 4 elemental realms. They also surround our world at the same time, known as the peripheral world or the elemental frontier. Our world is located in the middle of all the worlds, but it is not just the wound. These worlds are collectively known as the material world, which can also be called the middle realm or the middle realm. Above the middle realm, there is the upper realm, such as the silver plains and the divine kingdom of the divine people, the truth realm, the court of judgment, and the gate of judgment. This knowledge was obviously too profound for Scarlet. She slowly blinked her eyes, her watery eyes seemed a little confused in the darkness, and asked, then which world is this? This is the kingdom of the dead, the underworld of Helm. The little fairy Lute who was sitting on Ropar's shoulder said, it is not a fog but the breath of death. In the depths of the darkness, it is not the wind, but the sound of the whole world walking towards death. Death. The little female dragon sniffed hard. Her eyes were like 2 golden flames in the darkness, shining brightly. But the smell in this fog is not rotten or rotten at all. Lute quietly replied, the breath of death is not a rotten corpse, the corpse is just a representation of death. Death is a state, symbolizing eternal sleep, and everything here is dead. In the fog are the corpses of wind and water. The living cannot smell the breath of death. The reason Miss Metisha can is because the elves are very sensitive to life and death. No wonder we feel peaceful, Mephistopheles also realized. So this is the land of eternal sleep, the home of the dead. But Alaz was still not satisfied, and continued to nitpick. Everything here is dead? But aren't we still alive? That's because we didn't come in through the normal way. The fairy on Malurcha's head stood up, she grabbed 2 long antlers and said, although I don't know why ABs can lead to the underworld of Helm, this is obviously not the real entrance to the kingdom of the dead. The real entrance to the kingdom of the dead is under the sticks of Dagir. Do you see the surrounding abyss? Below this abyss should be the Sea of Styx. The foundation of the world is constantly collapsing into the Sea of Styx, which is why there is such a roar. The fairy looked at Lute proudly and snorted. The Sea of Styx is originally below the shallow sea. I know more about this place than that guy. Lute glanced at her, too lazy to argue with the little girl. The Sea of Styx is the Sea of Chaos? The Night Song Tiger asked. You can say that it is, but you can also say that it isn't. The Netherworld Sea is a part of the law of Tiamat, but it is indeed built on the Chaos Sea. Brendel nodded slowly. He looked up at the huge tree root beneath his feet. The others also looked at the tree root, and someone asked, is this the legendary root of the world tree? Yes, the Silver Elf Princess looked at the tree root with some shock, and replied with certainty, the world tree itself is the manifestation of the law of Tiamat. I finally understand why there is a world tree in the loop of trade winds. Under ABs, Lady Martha sealed an entrance to the underworld of Helm. Legend has it that one of the 3 roots of the world tree leads to this world. The loop of trade winds must be affected by the law of this place to project the world tree. I heard that there is also a world tree in the loop of the world. What's the deal with that world tree? The Shire asked again. Metisha blinked in confusion and looked at him. Didn't the Bugas tell you? The Shire coughed awkwardly. I'm not a real silver wizard after all. For a mortal wizard, not all documents in the White Tower can be read. I see. Metisha smiled apologetically, and then replied, the world tree is the manifestation of the law of Tiamat. As Miss Alaz described earlier, it is connected to every world created by Martha and the divine people. So in every world, there will be at least one world tree. My lord, you have been to the Silver Plains. so you should have seen the legendary Black Tower. Brando was surprised. That's the World Tree. Medisha nodded. The dwarves built a fortress on it, and so did Valhalla. So the World Tree Fortress is one of the 5 legendary fortresses, an existence on par with Babel Fortress. She smiled sweetly and said with a hint of nostalgia, the World Tree also grows in my hometown, in the holy land of the elves, the Silver Valley of Alfheim. There is also a giant tree like Valhalla. It is like our mother, so the Silver Elves are so familiar with the World Tree. Can we reach any world through the World Tree? Brando asked. Yes, but that's not entirely true. At this point, the Silver Elf princess was a little sad. Today's existing physical world, the continent of Vaunt, is only a small part of the whole world, but it's also almost the only part left. Most of the world was destroyed in the past war, or disappeared because of the reboot. If my lord still remembers the planeswalker Mr. Kelsey, you should know that he came from such a world, but his homeland has long since disappeared. Just like the Stagnation Realm. Just like the Stagnation Realm. You have never told me this before. Did Fuchsia remind you of something in the past, Medisha? Brando looked at the Silver Elven princess, a little curious about her reaction. Medisha nodded. The moment I was resurrected, I understood everything in the past. Brando could not help but be silent. He paused for a moment before replying, no matter what, everything we are doing now is to prevent the tragedy from happening again. Since the flow of time in the lower realm is much faster than in the wound, then the time left for us is even more precious. Let's go. Only then did the group move forward. But she was a little puzzled as to how to find the right direction in such a place. She looked up and saw that there was more than one route in the fog. In the deep darkness, the intertwining roots densely covered the entire space, and it was like a huge maze. But Brando immediately used his actions to answer her doubts. He took out the 7 stone slabs from the floating sphere. The 7 stone slabs were pieced together into a sphere that floated in his hand. The entire sphere emitted a soft light, like a lighthouse. The light sphere shot a beam of light in one direction, and the beam of light disappeared into the fog. This was the most precious inheritance that Amandina's father had left for them, and its name was Hope. The group moved forward under the guidance of the light, and the fog in the darkness was sometimes thick and sometimes thin. The surrounding terrain also changed with the meandering and intertwining of the roots. Not long after, Tia, who was beside Ferlin, kicked something. She screamed in shock, and Brando rushed forward to support the little girl, only to find that Tia had kicked a corpse. The corpse had the typical characteristics of an insect-like creature, like some kind of arthropod, but its body was made up of pieces of translucent purple crystals. Brando only needed a glance to know what kind of creature it was. He frowned slightly, not expecting to see such a thing here. This is a crystal cluster? Alaz also recognized it. This is not a normal crystal cluster, Brando replied. This is a crystal cluster, Lord. Strange. Did the dusk invade this place? The Shire walked up from behind, and lightly poked the corpse with his staff. With a soft crack, one of the crystal cluster corpse's legs disintegrated and shattered into pieces. He saw this scene and shook his head. This thing has been around for a long time, and is not a product of our era. In the past, even the Kingdom of the Dead had a Dusk War? It may not be the main battlefield, but the underworld of Helm is the kingdom of the goddess of the dead moon. Before she fell, she was also a powerful god, so it is not strange that she fought with the minions of the dusk. Alaz replied, and she frowned. I even have a suspicion that this is the battlefield where she fell. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked forward. In the fog in front of them, a long bridge had appeared out of nowhere. What is that? The little fairy Fenice asked subconsciously. But Medisha raised a finger and said to everyone, Shoo! Behind the fog, 2 crimson light spots appeared. They looked like 2 balls of fire floating in the air, swaying slowly as they got closer and closer to the group. Soon, a tall figure appeared behind the light spots, and Brando could see that it was a huge skeleton. He used to think that Cabia's was the strongest skeleton he had ever seen, but compared to this terrifying skeleton, it paled in comparison. It was actually the skeleton of a giant. He held a huge anchor in one hand and a lantern that emitted light that could penetrate the fog in the other. He swayed as he walked forward. Is that an undead? Someone asked in a low voice. It is not an ordinary undead, Brando recognized the skeleton and gulped. That is Modgud, the king of skeletons, the guardian of the bridge of the dead, the ancestor of the undead. It is said that it will not allow the breath of the living to enter the world of the dead and disturb the peace of the sleeping. My lord, do you mean that it will not let us pass? The Night Song Tiger asked. Then what do we do? Scarlet frowned. That is simple, the Shire replied. We kill it, of course. Chapter 1536. Under a wave of bright radiance, Valhalla's main trunk gradually disappeared, turning into scattered pieces of light from bottom to top, all the way until the branches and leaves. In the end, the specks of light dissipated bit by bit, leaving behind only a vast forest and clear winter sky in the empty valley. Amandina stood rooted to the ground for a moment until the wind blew the strands of hair in front of her forehead. She lowered her head and put on her veil. She turned to the two white lion knights and said, "Let's return to Furber." A knight opened the door of the carriage for her. Amandina took one last look at the valley where Valhalla was before she entered the carriage and closed the door. Under the escort of the knights, the carriage slowly moved forward, passing through the familiar forest. Amandina had passed through this path more than once to return to Abes. The quiet forest allowed her to calm down and think, but today the forest was so quiet that it annoyed her. Just like the unusually cold and cheerless Firs Hill at this moment, the unpredictability of the future, uneasiness and hesitation, lingered in her heart. She only felt helpless when she was alone. When Amandina thought of a terrible possibility, that she would never see Brando again, even her heart tightened. Amandina's face was frighteningly pale, and she was on the verge of tears, but she held the seat tightly and silently prayed that everything would eventually pass, and that Lady Martha would protect that person's safety. But the violent shaking of the carriage woke her from her thoughts. Amandina suddenly raised her head and heard the whistling of the air being torn apart outside. Arrows were shot at the carriage, and she quickly lowered her head in fear. The knight shouted outside the carriage, "It's the scum of the Order of Chaos. Be careful, protect the carriage." Then came the sound of weapons clashing. The enemy's silence made Amandina's heart sink. It meant that they were well prepared, and there was no need to bluff. This was a premeditated ambush. She opened the drawer under the seat and took out a small cane. At this time, the door of the carriage was opened, and a white lion knight stood outside. The situation seemed to be as bad as she had expected. The knight looked anxious and said, "Miss Amandina, please come with me, we will cover your escape." Amandina nodded and jumped off the carriage quickly. She looked back and saw a large number of grey-robed swordsmen coming out of the forest from another direction. The White Lion Guards were retreating because of the lack of manpower, and there seemed to be crossbowmen in the dark. But before she could see clearly, the knight grabbed her hand and dragged her to the side of the forest. The three of them panicked in the forest and didn't dare to stop for a moment. They climbed up the nearest hill in one go. When they looked back, the forest in the distance had already quieted down. But this was not necessarily a good thing. At this time, the two knights in front suddenly stopped and said with surprise, "Miss Janna?" Amandina looked in that direction, panting, and was surprised to see the mercenary leader alone in the forest, looking at them with a smile. The two knights beside her subconsciously wanted to go up to her, but she had a bad feeling and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, don't go!" "Miss Amandina, that's not an illusion, One of the knights turned around to explain, but before he could finish, he groaned and was shocked to see the bloody tip of a sword piercing his chest. The other knight who walked forward also fell to the ground with his eyes open. His head twisted in the hands of a tall cultist. The two cultists looked back at Yuta, but Yuta did not look at them and replied, "What are you still doing here? Go and get rid of him." The two cultists bowed respectfully and left with the corpse. Yuta came to Amandina's side with a smile. She gently lifted Amandina's delicate white chin with her finger and said, "Long time no see, my dear Miss Amandina. I said I would remember you." Amandina looked at this person hatefully. The mercenary leader's eyes were obviously a ring of golden flames. Although her expression was frivolous, there was some dullness in the depths of her eyes. She panted slightly and replied, "You have already controlled Miss Yuta 3 years ago. When you realized that the Sasalds might fail, you had already abandoned them and arranged another chess piece." "Haha, you guessed right. You also let these people in?" Amandina frowned and asked, "But I'm curious, you have been sick for 3 years, how did you arrange these people to enter Tonajul without me knowing?" Yuta smiled happily, "I am a Roman, I am the mistress of this place. My dear Amandina, don't you remember this fact? You are not a Roman at all. Amandina replied word by word, Don't play your tricks in front of me, Twilight Dragon. You are not even 1,000th of the Roman lady. But I understand. You are a merchant. You used the Roman lady to prepare a backup plan for Mr. Brando. Yuta smiled and patted her face. You are all right, but it is meaningless. Amandina struggled. She wanted to say something, but the mercenary leader hit the back of her head hard and she fainted. The wind in the Karsuk Highlands carried a faint smell of blood. It was said that it was the smell of the blood of the heroes who had dried up on this land for thousands of years. Now the wind rose again, and the descendants of the heroes once again picked up the weapons in their hands. But this time the enemies they faced were no longer the undead. The line on the horizon was becoming more and more obvious. It seemed to reflect the sun, revealing a faint purple luster. The Crystal Cluster Lords stopped in the midst of the crystal creatures and raised their heads to release high-frequency sound waves. This ear-piercing scream was transmitted through the resonating crystal towers on the battlefield. It was like a gust of wind blowing through the sea of purple crystals, and the sea began to ripple. The shaking of the earth was becoming more and more obvious. But in front of them, looking down from the sky, the human alliance had already formed a formation on the highlands. Behind them was the outer wall of the Golden City Citadel. Behind it was a continuous chain of fortresses that extended across the uneven landscape of the Turtle Dove Valley. Pieces of silver banners fluttered with the wind on the highlands, extending beyond the horizon. Following the command, the first row of spearmen had already flattened their spears, and huge tower shields were erected one after another. Pairs of young eyes were hidden behind the large shields. Their brown eyes reflected an uncountable amount of purple light. Their owners were pale faces. Bun-eyed, the leader of the Highland Knight, looked at this scene and sighed with some regret. He also understood that these young people from all over the Erewhon might be full of passion. But passion could not change anything here. These people were just unprepared newbies. He could only hope that the first blow would not come too suddenly. He hoped that these young people could hold on. In the distance, the Highland Knight held the flag in front of the formation and constantly sent back information about the front. The Crystal Cluster Vanguard has left the main formation and is accelerating. Distance of 1,300 meters. Maintain the formation. Distance of 700 meters. Be careful not to let them get close to the city wall and cause damage. Distance of 500 meters. Enter the projectile range. But when the last command was issued, the Silver Elf Forest Songblade Legion on the city wall was making the final preparations. Their commander, an elegant lady, Medish's descendant, was watching this scene with narrowed eyes. When the sea of crystal clusters crossed the clear line on the battlefield, the lady raised her slender eyebrows and raised her hand. Elves, my sisters. Everyone carefully check the stability of the gray crystals on the arrows. Every arrow must be enchanted. Remember, pure projectile attacks have no effect on the crystal clusters. Don't waste your strength. Harold, report the readings. At this time, a human knight took the opportunity to shout. Target Area 4 to Area 7, distance of 700 meters, elevation of 47 meters, wind speed of 40 meters downwind, projectile fire. The Silver Elf commander nodded. Bow. Regardless of whether it was the archers of the humans or elves, they all raised the longbows in their hands. There was a flash of light on the city wall. Many people turned their heads. But the first thing they saw was not the dense rise of arrows, but the fleet that suddenly appeared in the clouds. The gloomy dark clouds in the sky suddenly separated. A silver fleet descended from the clouds like a silver light spot. When these floating ships just appeared, their left and right sides were already shooting out roaring cannons. It was like a rain of steel falling from the sky. Countless golden lines connected the sky to the earth. The light of steel and fire plowed through the Crystal Cluster Army's attack. In the roar of explosion, the Crystal Cluster Vanguard at the front was directly disintegrated and defeated. The Tonajil people had arrived. A green light fell from the sky and landed in the middle of the battlefield. Huge roots swept in all directions and fell heavily on the ground. At that moment, tens of thousands of crystal clusters turned into ashes. The attacking vanguard was almost completely destroyed. Everyone held their breath and looked up at the giant tree that suddenly appeared on the battlefield. It covered the sky and the sun, verdant like a dream. Valhalla, Monica's voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Arrival! The silver elf lady also looked up at the scene and then waved her hand vigorously. Release! A faint voice came from the wind. Buzz! A dazzling light spot rose against the wind. Those were the enchanted arrows. This storm drew an elegant arc in the sky above the battlefield. Like a rainstorm, it fell into the Crystal Cluster army. In an instant, continuous flashes of light shone on the plateau. The violent explosion tore the weaker crystal clusters into pieces. The momentum of the attack was stopped. But before people could cheer, after the smoke dispersed, the main force of the Crystal Cluster army appeared behind the thick fog, the heavy crystal bees. For these heavy crystal bees at the back, their numbers were so shocking that the explosion of the gray crystal bees did not have any impact at all. The wreckage piled up like a mountain in front was pushed away by the crystal bees at the back. They continued to move forward like waves. With a sharp whistle, these huge monsters had already begun to speed up and crash into the Human Alliance army. The ground shook violently. A thin layer of smoke could be seen rising from the dry dust a mile away. The formation of the Alliance army was subconsciously affected. Some places even began to retreat. This made the commanders very angry. Bun-Eyed also frowned. In the sky, Manrik gave the order for the second volley with a gloomy face. The magic and artillery roared again. From time to time, flashes of light and fireballs rose from the sea of crystal clusters. But it was useless. In the blink of an eye, the Crystal Cluster army and the Human Alliance army collided heavily. As soon as they came into contact, the Human Alliance army began to retreat. After a mere 10 minutes of battle, the two Acropolis were already exposed to the attack of the Crystal Cluster army. The Tower Mages also joined the battle. But they could not stop the power of the Crystal Cluster Lord. A crystal cluster that was almost as tall as a small mountain climbed up the city wall. It raised its feet and landed heavily. With a loud bang, one side of the Acropolis wall collapsed. The purple sea rushed in. The Acropolis was like a piece of driftwood on a turbulent sea. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. In the direction of Gold City. A silver elf lord with a face full of hardships looked at this scene expressionlessly. Behind him, on top of the city wall, the elves were gathering. One by one, silver dragons appeared in the vision of the elves. Lord Norn. An elf knight wearing a pointed silver helmet and silver scale armor came to his side. He bowed respectfully and replied, "The knights are ready. They can attack at any time." The elf nodded, took off his cloak and walked back. He took a golden helmet from his attendant. He put on the helmet and pulled down the metal visor. Only a pair of sharp eyes could be seen. On the helmet, a sculpture of a golden dragon with its wings spread stood with its head held high. Norn raised his head and said casually, "Gather, Dragon King's knights." A long and melodious sound of a horn was heard. Countless dragons flew up, covering the sky and covering the earth. On top of the Acropolis wall, Freya was looking at the direction of the battlefield for a long time. She saw the silver dragons cutting through the formation of the Crystal Cluster army like sharp blades, especially the commander. He had single-handedly killed the Crystal Cluster Lord that was as big as a mountain, and his personal guards were all extraordinary as well. The situation on the battlefield began to reverse with the addition of the Dragon King's knights. That's Lord Norn, the legendary hero of the Silver Elves for 1,000 years. Allium Japonicum's voice came from behind her. He also participated in the War of the Holy Saints as a Dragon King's knight. He used to be Metish's subordinate. "I'm thinking," Freya replied softly. "Have they been fighting the Twilight for 1,000 years?" Allium Japonicum nodded. "Maybe. That's the Silver Folk. Each of them is so much stronger than us." Freya sighed. "And the dragons. Even they have been defeated by the Twilight. Now that the Twilight Dragon is about to awaken, can we really defeat it? Do you believe in Brando? What about you?" Freya looked at her strangely. Brando had already told them about Allium Japonicum's origin, but compared to Brando's own bizarre experience, it seemed to be nothing. But when she thought of Brando's past memories with this woman, she could not help but be curious. "Allium Japonicum, you should know more about Brando, don't you?" "I know Sophie." Allium Japonicum smiled. "I smell something wrong." Freya blushed and touched the ring on her finger subconsciously. "I believe in Brando, but I don't know how much we will have to pay for it." Allium Japonicum shook her head and said nothing. Freya also unbuttoned her cloak and walked down the city wall. "Where are you going?" Allium Japonicum looked at her curiously. Freya turned around and answered seriously, "But no matter what, any price is worth it. The crystal cluster's attack has been stopped, now it's our turn to counterattack." As if in response to the Silver Elf's horn, the human alliance also sounded a horn. That was the horn for a counterattack. A group of white lion knights appeared in the center of the alliance. That was the spearhead of the counterattack. Freya walked in front of everyone in her silver armor. The white lion's battle robe was draped over her body. She did not ride a horse. The white lion guards were the elite walking knight on this continent. Not to mention, with the combined efforts of Brando, Tamar, Amandina, and the Cloud Giant, the strength of this army had been reborn, and it was even far stronger than in King Eric's era. The alliance was silent for a moment. Everyone turned around and looked at the Valkyrie of Erewhon. Although she might still be a little inexperienced, she had already made a name for herself in the past battles. Even the female sword saint of the Kurlutz Empire, the head of the Azure army, was full of praise for her. Now, not only was she a sword saint herself, her military accomplishments had far surpassed her teachers. In many people's hearts, she was the Erewhon's Darius of this era. Freya did not say much. At this point, there was no need for words. Everyone's heart was surging with excitement and their blood was boiling. Everyone should understand what kind of war this was. She unsheathed her sword with a clang and pointed the shiny tip of the sword forward. The White Lion Knights understood their direction. They attacked forward and broke through the enemy's main formation. Their goal was the resonant crystal tower in the middle of the crystal cluster army. Chapter 1537. One or two arcs of light streaked across the sky above the battlefield, and the brilliance of magic intertwined with each other. Occasionally, stray arrows would hit the towering resonant crystal tower, and the brilliance of the explosion outlined a hemispherical network. In the cloudy sky, the Sorcerer King in a purple robe stared at the huge black sphere in the middle of the battlefield with a solemn expression. It was the passage through which the goddess of the dead moon had teleported to this world. At this moment, 7 or 8 light portals opened one by one beside him, and a few craftsman sorcerers walked out. The crystal clusters in the distance discovered the enemies in this direction and flew over with a sharp whistle. Beside him, Tulman looked over, and his eyes flashed with silver light. He opened his 5 fingers, and under the outline of the lines of law, countless transparent rectangles appeared in the air. The crystal clusters could not retract in time and crashed into these intertwined spaces. Like bursting fireworks, they were smashed into pieces. Tulman turned to look at the center of the battlefield and said, "The Kurlutzians have encountered the blue calamity in Alkash. Ajani has sent back news, but there is still no sign of the king of the Nen race and the crystal tyrant." Solomon nodded. Tulman said, "The Twilight Dragon may have other plans, but we can't care so much anymore. We only have so little strength, and being timid will only make things worse. I think at least for now, we have to stand on the offensive. The sooner we take action, the more we can deal with the situation." He raised his silver eyebrows and said, "The mortals are more experienced. After 3 years of war, the weakness of the crystal clusters has also been exposed to us. Lady Freya's judgment is very accurate. Look, the crystal cluster's formation has begun to loosen." "But it may not let us do as we wish," Solomon replied quietly. They looked at each other without saying anything. Tulman was also confused. The Twilight Dragon had been restraining himself until today, but it started this war before awakening. It must have its own preparations. But it had made a mistake once in the wilderness of 4 realms. How could the Twilight Dragon let the goddess of the dead moon make the same mistake again? But the scene in front of them was exactly the same as that day. Could it be that the Twilight Dragon did not care about Won's strength at all, and only used Tiamat's strength as cannon fodder? A moment later, more doors of light opened in the dark sky. From the ground, they looked like shining fish scales. More and more figures walked out from the shining scales. Hundreds and thousands of wizards had appeared in the sky. The Tonagel and Buga fleets were also on the move, constantly drawing closer with banners. At the same time, the floating battleships didn't stop firing at all. The cannons roared, and the light of magic intersected with each other. The light of explosions lit up the crystal clouds, and the monsters that couldn't afford to lose fell like raindrops. This seemed to be the first time the power of order had suppressed the power of dusk. At this moment, the roles of offense and defense in the sky had changed. However, the bright light shone on the faces of Solomon and Tulman. Neither of the two adept leaders looked relaxed. A high-grade magus wearing a silver robe came to the two of them and replied respectfully, "Sirs, everything is ready to continue. As long as we are within shooting range, we can attack the portal." "Where are the dragons?" Lady Mithril also sent the same message. Tulman turned back to look at Solomon. Although Solomon frowned, he understood that the battlefield was not a place to hesitate. He nodded silently. On the plateau, in the turbulent purple waves, a silver flag was going against the current. Freya raised the silver swallowtail flag in her hand. Not far away, a huge crystal cluster was rushing towards her. The monster's crystal eyes reflected a cold light, and a pair of caliceri were raised high and stabbed downwards. However, Freya leaped lightly and used the force of its forelimbs to jump to its back. When she flipped her body in mid-air, she slashed the monster's neck. In the silver light, the crystal cluster's head was separated from its body, and it fell to the ground with a loud bang. She stood steadily on the huge wreckage of the crystal cluster and looked up. In front of her was another huge purple wave. However, Freya's expression was calm as usual. She clenched the flag in her hand and shouted, "White Lion Legion!" The White Lion Knights stood still, sheathed their swords, and pulled out their two-handed swords from their backs. The reflection of the swords reflected a snowy silver light, and the two-handed swords flew up from the bottom, forming a bright forest of swords. Freya gently threw the spear with the flag in her hand and threw it forward. A ray of silver light flashed, and a crystal cluster immediately fell to the ground. She switched the sword in her left hand to her right hand, pointed the sword forward and roared, "Charge!" The White Lion Knights took a step forward in unison. Every line of law on the third-generation wind armor became brighter. The White Lion main cloak was like a pair of snow-white wings. The mask of the wing helmet was pulled down one by one, and only two shining eyes could be seen. With just one step, more than 1,700 sacred runes were imprinted on the dry and cracked ground of the plateau. More than 1,000 pairs of mithril boots stomped on the ground at the same time. And the next step was a surging white wave. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of silver. It was the charge of the sacred white lions. Just like the reenactment of 700 years ago, Freya's figure seemed to gradually merge with the commander of the White Lion Legion. On the battlefield, for the first time, the uniform drumbeat completely overshadowed the advance of the Crystal Cluster army. The White Lion Knights were attacking. Even the Human Alliance, the Lion people from the Great Plains, Silver Bay, and Toquinen, looked up in surprise. "Kill!" At the moment when they collided with the crystal clusters, the knights roared and swung the giant swords in their hands upward. The purple crystal wall in front of them collapsed and turned into dust. On the battlefield, the humans and the Dusk army clashed. Some knights fell, but more of the crystal clusters were defeated. The White Lion Knight was like a sharp dagger that pierced the heart of the Crystal Cluster army. Freya pulled out the flag spear from the corpse of a crystal cluster and looked up. The crystal tower was right in front of her. The formation of the crystal clusters began to become chaotic. They instinctively wanted to return to the crystal tower. The lower crystal clusters had no intelligence, and the crystal tower was the only way for the upper crystal clusters to control the crystal cluster army. The humans had also discovered this secret in the Long War. The crystal tower was the only weakness of the crystal cluster army. Of course, this was only for the lower crystal clusters. The chaos of the crystal clusters further divided the overall attack of the Dusk army, and the battlefield began to become a mess. When the front and back of the Dusk army could not take care of each other, the Highland Knight and the other commanders of the Human Alliance finally saw the light of victory. The long sound of the horn began to rise and fall, and the real counterattack began. Silver dragons were flying across the battlefield at a low altitude. Lord Norn's sharp eyes under the golden helmet carefully scanned the entire battlefield. The Dragon King's Knight's current mission was to besiege the crystal cluster lords that would cause trouble for the mortal army. He looked up and saw that on the other side of the battlefield, in the direction of Xianxia, the Earth Army, a huge army formed by heroic spirits, was also ready to launch the final blow to the crystal cluster army. At least on the first day of the battle, it seemed that they were going to win. However, this experienced Silver Elf commander vaguely felt that there was trouble. There were too few upper battle forces in the Dusk army. On the battlefield on the ground, Freya also frowned. Brando had told her about the division of the power level of the Dusk army. Among the crystal clusters, the weakest were the lower crystal clusters at the bottom. Their power was uneven, and the weakest could only be compared to the lower silver humans, but the strongest could be elemental activation or even elemental enlightenment. Then there was the middle class, the slightly more powerful crystal cluster lords. They were the rulers of various broken worlds in the chaos. Even the weakest of them was above the supreme class. There were even quite a number of sages and great sages, the pinnacle of sages. However, these levels of power seemed to be similar to the mortal world. The real power of the crystal clusters was reflected in their top level. In addition to the tyrant, Astoni, who had the power equivalent to the dragon of war, Tiamat, there were 22 other high-ranking lords. Even though more than half of these high-ranking lords had fallen in the wars of the past few eras, the remaining 5 were close to the existence of gods in this era. Fala the Orator, Tas the Scorner, Arak the Formless, Fitz-Tom the Black King, Goragalan the Giant Throat. In the war to recover Cruz, the coalition forces had once fought with the legendary crystal cluster worm Goragalan at Cloak Bay. With the help of the Bugas and the giant dragon, they repelled the high-level lord, but they were unable to kill it. The power of the crystal clusters in that battle had left a deep impression on her. And on this battlefield, none of these high-level lords had appeared, and even the number of crystal cluster lords was so small. She suddenly stopped. 100 feet, the last charge. Her adjutant was in the midst of shouting orders, and did not even notice that a charging knight had bumped into her from behind. Freya raised her head subconsciously, the silver swallowtail flag in her hand fluttering high, slightly tattered. Above the gloomy sky, 2 fleets were converging. The Bugas had gradually approached the center of the battlefield. Solomon used spatial magic over and over again to explore the surroundings. He used 4 or 5 spells in a row, but the response made him frown. Whether it was space, magic, energy flow, or the network of laws, there was no abnormality at all. Even the Sea of Chaos itself seemed very calm. But this did not make sense. The Twilight Dragon would not only set up a camouflage here. Tolman also patiently asked his adjutant, Alkash, over and over again for news on the battlefield. But the news from thousands of miles away was also a little suffocatingly calm. The people of Cruz also had the advantage on their battlefield. The portal opened by the Blue Calamity in the material world was suppressed by Ajani and their Ranter, and the undead army of Madara directly had the upper hand in the face of the crystal cluster. It was said that the strength of the undead army surprised everyone, and a few of the young geniuses among them had even led the Twilight army into a mess. Solomon and Tolman could not help but look at each other. The 2 most powerful wizards could not help but look at each other in the face of this strange situation. Could it be that the Twilight Dragon was really dedicated to fighting for the Throne of Destiny, and did not care about the outcome of the war in the material world? But at this time, the crystal ball in Solomon's hand lit up. It was a message from William. There were only 4 words on it. Be careful, illusion. Solomon stared blankly, but Tolman immediately asked, what kind of illusion can evade spatial detection? The words on the crystal ball floated, and the message changed again. The Eye of Truth. Solomon and Tolman's face changed dramatically at the same time. In this world, there was only one kind of illusion that could avoid the eyes of wizards, and that was the power of a real artifact. But every artifact came from the network of Tiamat, and was made by the gods of ancient times. Among them, there was only one artifact that was specially made for illusion and prophecy spells, and that was Sassard's omniscient eye. The Eye of Truth. Before Solomon could shout the word, retreat, suddenly, a bright flash of light flashed in the northern sky. The light was so dazzling that it attracted the attention of everyone on the plateau within a few hundred miles. The silver elves on the city wall, the defenders of Valhalla, Breton, Manrique, Haruz, and even Her Royal Highness, the Highland Knight, all raised their heads to look at this terrible scene. In the sky, on the flank of the Order Coalition army, the Buga fleet suddenly burst into flames. More than 100 floating warships disintegrated in the air, emitting a dazzling light of explosion, and fell to the plateau with long trails. In just a moment, the Buga fleet completely collapsed, and the remaining floating warships also scattered and fled. The disintegration of their formation once again made the entire battle line in the sky even more chaotic. And in that direction, one after another, gigantic figures suddenly appeared. A diamond-shaped crystal behemoth stretched across the sky. Its body was almost like a crystal layer, and it only had one eye in the center of the crystal prism. At this moment, this eye was flickering with a strange light as it stared at the silver fleet in the sky. Every few seconds, a floating warship would burst into flames and explode under its gaze. Black King Fitztom, the most powerful of the High Lords of the Crystal Cluster. And beside him, Fala the Orator, Tas the Despiser, and Arak the Formless revealed themselves one by one. Only Gorogalon the Giant Throat was absent. Perhaps it was because it was too badly injured in the last war, so it did not appear. But just these 4 High Lords were enough to make the whole of Wone tremble, because this was an era where the gods were no longer around. No, it could not be said that they were no longer around, because the portal of the goddess of the dead moon had obviously reached the final stage. Everyone saw a huge eyeball open in the black sphere. Under the protection of the 4 High Lords, the former king of wizards of Sassard, the traitor of the Silver Alliance, the Black Yanav assassin was wearing the robe of a great wizard. He held the Eye of Truth in his hand and looked at his former colleagues proudly, and spoke in a strange tone. Long time no see, Solomon. You don't think I have forgotten the debt of Sassard, do you? Solomon looked at this person with a dark expression. Chapter 1538. Amandina couldn't help but shiver as the howling wind blew against her face. Although the winter in Tonajul was already very cold, it was nothing compared to this place. The cold wind was like a knife that cut through a person's skin. It could penetrate deep into the bone marrow and freeze the soul. A layer of frost instantly formed on her long eyelashes. The hot air she exhaled turned into a white mist that blended into the dense fog around her. After Yuta brought her through the door of light, she stopped and looked at the place with a calm expression. As far as her eyes could see, it was a world of ice and snow. There seemed to be a crisscrossing glacier in the distance. Icicles and icicles hung under the broken rocks. The wind whistled, but it could not blow away the fog. The fog surged as if it was a living monster. Yuta did not feel the cold at all. She turned around and asked with a smile, "Do you know where this place is?" Amandina shook her head as she looked at Brendel. Yuta smiled. "This is the country of fog." Country of fog? Mortals also call it the country of ice. Yuta looked at the vast expanse of white ice and raised her hand to catch a snowflake. The snowflake disappeared in her hand. It is above the dust world and the shadow world, but it is still a part of the lower realm. The country of fog controls the law of the cold. The snowflakes floating in the sky are not real ice and snow, but the reflection of the shallow sea. She pointed above her head. That is the shallow sea. Amandina raised her head. She could only see a misty scene. She could not even see the existence of the sky. Yuta seemed to be very amused by her behavior and joked, "You can't see that. The country of fog and the water elemental plane are 2 different worlds. Because of the lack of law, you can't see the shallow sea here. You can only see ice and snow." "Is the seed of destiny here?" Amandina asked. Yuta shook her head. "I guess Martha placed it in the birthplace of everything." The birthplace of everything? Light floats in the water, and spirits are born from the water. That is the birthplace of everything in your world, and also the place where she awakened. Yuta, or the Twilight Dragon, replied, "But for many generations, I have never found that place. It is as if that place never existed." "Even you can't find something, Twilight Dragon. This is normal. Because I lack the most important key. With my identity, it is impossible for me to obtain the recognition of the 7 holy swords." Yuta replied indifferently. Amandina was silent for a moment before she asked, "The birthplace of everything is here?" Janna shook her head again. "I think its entrance is in the country of the dead, the dark elemental plane." "Then why did you bring me here?" Janna turned back to look at her. "Because Helm's underworld is indeed connected to the Misty Kingdom. We took such a big detour to avoid alerting Marcia." "Lady Martha." Yuta took out a dagger from its sheath and gently cut a wound on her hand as if she did not feel any pain. She turned her hand and let the blood drip onto the snow. Strangely enough, the blood flowing from her wrist did not seem to coagulate at all in such cold weather. It dripped onto the white snow bit by bit. Amandina's eyes flashed with a golden light. She focused on her bleeding and replied softly, "After 7 generations of war, We are all too familiar with each other. I think she might have guessed that I would follow her here. What happened in stagnation taught me a lesson. That woman is not easy to deal with. Amandina frowned. What are you doing? Yuta did not answer the question. She walked forward step by step in the snow and used her blood to draw a circle. The blood in the circle squirmed as if it was given life and moved closer to the center, gradually connecting with each other. When Amandina saw this scene, she suddenly understood what she was planning. She suddenly struggled to her feet and rushed over to stop Yuta's actions. Amandina took a step back, her sword appearing in her left hand at some point. She held the hilt of the sword and swung the scabbard heavily at Amandina's lower abdomen. Amandina only felt her stomach churn, and she fell to her knees in the snow. Yuta looked at her and said with a smile, Your goddess has set up layers of barriers in Tonajul. Even if I use the black moon to fall, I cannot penetrate this land protected by the 7 holy relics. But the so-called unconquerable fortress often disintegrates from the inside. You see, what you are doing now is just a waste of effort. Amandina frowned in pain and almost broke her silver teeth. She knelt in the cold snow and looked at Amandina hatefully without saying a word. The blood in the snow began to glow little by little. The mess left behind by the last celebration a few days ago was gradually covered by the wind and snow. The city of Daelanji was dead silent. The men had already put on their armor and picked up their weapons to fight to the death with the dusk. There was only a desolation left on the streets, and there were a few tattered curtains fluttering in the wind in the square. The light of magic lit up the sky from time to time, and the sound of explosions came one after another. The whole city seemed to be trembling. But in the lonely street, there was a girl walking in the snow. The whistling cold wind did not seem to be able to stop her exuberant spirits. She was wearing a leather skirt common to traders in the Grimoires area. She carried a bag and her hands clasped behind her back. She kicked the snowflakes in the street with her round-toed shoes with great interest, as if she were still innocent, and looked curiously at the scenery around her. Where is this place? Why did I come here? The young girl muttered to herself, as if she was talking to someone. But all of a sudden, she stopped in her tracks. There was a shop in front of her. The eaves of the shop were half tilted due to the accumulated snow, and the furnishings inside looked like a grocery store. It was dim, and there was only one candle. But at least this was the only shop on the street that was still open. The owner was a middle-aged man, and he was limping inside the shop. There was no one in the city, and he did not have any business. It seemed that he was preparing to close the shop, but when he turned around, he saw the girl standing in front of his shop. The man was stunned. There was a conspicuous scar on his face, and it looked a little sinister under the dim light. His leg seemed to be injured, and it was difficult for him to walk. He looked at the girl in confusion and asked, "Which family are you from? Where is your family? Why haven't you run away?" The girl tilted her head and replied, "I don't have a family. By the way, my name is Roman. Uncle, you haven't left yet, right?" The man smiled bitterly. "Do you think I can leave like this? Anyway, my life is worthless, and the worst that can happen is that I die here. You, on the other hand, are just a child. It's a pity to stay here." As he spoke, he struggled to move his body, allowing Roman to walk into the shop. Romaine curiously looked at the furnishings in the shop. She felt a sense of familiarity in her heart. It was as if she remembered the time when she was bargaining with others in a shop like this. There was also a frowning young man standing next to her. But those memories were vague and distant, and even she did not know what was true and what was false. "Forget it. Let's not talk about those unlucky things. Little girl, what do you want to buy?" The man limped to the counter and asked. Roman's gaze fell on an old sugar jar on the shelf. It was a beautiful glass jar filled with colorful candy wrappers, but the surface was a little mottled. The lid was still intact, and it was fastened with a golden buckle. It was like a dream that reflected the past. She looked at the jar and was in a daze for a while. "Brando, I want that sugar jar." "But we don't have that much money." "Hee, when we have money in the future, I must buy it. By the way, why don't we borrow some from Freya?" "Don't even think about it." The man followed her gaze, pointed at the candy jar and asked, "You want this?" He looked at the sugar jar and gently picked it up, revealing a nostalgic expression. "This is my birthday gift to my daughter." "Birthday gift?" The man nodded silently. "Your daughter?" "She died, During the First War of the Black Roses. The First War of the Black Roses? Roman blinked slowly. What? She gently shook her head. What a terrible war. It was not easy for me to escape at that time. This sentence actually caused the middle-aged man to be in a daze for a while. After a long time, he finally replied, Yes, if she could escape at that time, she would be almost as old as you. Can you sell it to me? The man silently looked at the sugar jar and nodded. If you like it. The merchant girl dug into her purse, but could not help but look up with a little embarrassment. Can I buy it on credit? My money was taken by that evil woman. The man looked at the girl with a dumbfounded expression. Can't I? He helplessly shook his head and put the sugar jar in front of her with a bitter smile. Speaking of which, what's the use of money at this time? If this thing can satisfy you, then it's enough. Roman held the sugar jar with both hands and nodded. I will take good care of it. As she spoke, she looked at the snow outside and slightly frowned. Are you going back, little girl? The man suddenly asked. Where is your home? Do you want me to send you back? Roman nodded, then shook her head. I don't have a home, she replied. But I really have to go. That evil woman is calling for me. Evil woman? Roman smiled sweetly at him. Then she gently took a step forward, as if a door of light had opened in front of her, allowing the merchant girl to step in. In just a blink of an eye, the girl and the sugar jar in her hands disappeared without a trace. The middle-aged man stood there dumbfounded, unable to move for a long time. Yuta slowly closed her eyes, and the golden light in her eyes gradually faded. She stared at the magic circle, and the light in it became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, a black door of light gradually opened. Roman gently walked out with the sugar jar in her hands, stepping on the soft snow, but it did not let her sink half an inch. She looked at Amandina with some surprise. Amandina, why are you here? Roman. Amandina looked at the merchant girl in shock. You changed back. Roman's expression became serious and she sneered. Of course not. Then, under Amandina's stunned gaze, she casually threw the sugar jar in her hand. The glass jar rolled twice in the snow, and the two lids were knocked open. The sugar wrappers in the jar suddenly flew with the cold wind and fell to the ground. Roman heaved a sigh of relief and said, this body is getting worse and worse. She turned around and looked at Jana. The female mercenary leader had already fainted due to excessive blood loss. She then turned back and smiled. How about it, I still came here. Did you really think that I let the Sossolds cause internal strife in Erewhon for nothing? Although that dog is a little stupid, it still has some use. The Twilight Dragon stared into Amandina's eyes, and under her intense gaze, Amandina only felt her vision darken, and beads of sweat seeped out of her forehead. She panted slightly and replied with difficulty, You bewitched the Sossolds to cause internal strife in Erewhon, just for this purpose? Roman shook her head. That's not necessarily the case, but my original body hasn't awakened yet. If you didn't act so quickly, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. What do you want to do? I already knew that the beacon was in that guy's hands, but it doesn't matter. Just think of it as him leading the way for me. But you are more important, my dear Amandina. There can be many beacons, but there is only one key. Don't even think about it. Amandina suddenly widened her eyes. This was because the merchant girl's face was almost touching hers as she stared into her eyes. Under Roman's long eyelashes, her beautiful eyes stared into Amandina's gaze without blinking. The Twilight Dragon opened her mouth slightly and exhaled, saying, That's not necessarily true, my dear Amandina. Have you forgotten? We are friends. Two golden lights pierced into the depths of Amandina's heart, and in a moment, Amandina fell heavily to the ground. Roman smiled and clapped her hands. She looked at the sleeping Amandina with satisfaction, and slowly came to the edge of the broken glacier. Another strange sound came from the biting cold wind. All of a sudden, a mountain-sized crystal claw rose from the bottom of the cliff and grabbed the edge of the cliff. A giant beast was slowly revealing its entire body. Compared to it, Amandina, who was standing at the edge of the glacier, was as small as a grain of sand. But in front of Roman, the crystal behemoth slowly lowered its head. The Twilight Dragon looked at her subordinate with a smile and said softly, Astoni, after thousands of years of waiting, are you impatient? The Crystal King let out a low roar. Don't worry, she replied with a smile, at the same time pointing at Amandina and Yuta. Bring them. Astoni, the king of crystal clusters, looked at her in confusion. What? You even dare to disobey my orders? Astoni replied in a low voice and stepped back slightly to show her submission. She raised her claw, and a circle of invisible ripples appeared in the air. Dark magic surged up from the sea of elements, lifting Amandina and Yuta and placing them in her palm. Protect them, the Twilight Dragon replied. Especially the little girl, they are still useful to me. Astoni nodded. Chapter 1539. After a loud noise, the rusty anchor flew out of the skeleton's hand, dragging the long iron chain behind it as it flew towards Brando. However, a silver light flashed in Brando's eyes, and under the guidance of the lines of law, it slightly deviated from its original trajectory and landed heavily on the ground. Brando immediately jumped up and pulled the iron chain in mid-air. His godlike strength was not inferior to the mythical King of Bones, and it staggered forward. Brando grabbed the iron chain and used it as leverage again. The flash strike sword art followed like a shadow and stabbed towards the huge skeleton. A straight and bright line seemed to be produced in the darkness. The phosphorescence in Gudmod's eyes flashed, and it raised its claws to grab the line. The grayish-white lines of law in the space bent and revealed the trace of the sword in Brando's hand. With a soft sound, the skeleton's giant hand actually firmly grasped the blade of the holy sword Odorfice. It missed. Brando's heart flashed with a trace of surprise. It was not that his flash strike sword art had never missed, but it was the first time that it was directly seen through by the skeleton. He could not help but admire the strength of the skeleton's soul. The soul element could drive the lines of law to penetrate space to sense the attacker's location. Yes, Brando had realized that the skeleton was not sensing the sword in his hand, but him holding the sword. Even if the soul element of this level did not reach the height of the power of existence, it had at least touched the highest level of elemental kingdom. It was worthy of being the legendary bridge keeper of the Bridge of the Dead, an undead with divinity. He did not hesitate to let go of the sword in his hand and move to the side. It looked as if he was letting the huge skeleton take the holy sword Odorfice. This action even startled Gudmod. It raised its head, and the two pale phosphorescents in its eye sockets were almost the size of a lantern, one bright and one dark. If it could see, then what it saw must be an illusion mixed in the shadows, holding a long sword that was slowly taking shape in front of it. But unfortunately, the skeleton could not see anything, and it could only sense the existence of the soul. Without any soul ripples, the 9 luminary sword arts phantom held Cinna in his hand and disappeared in a flash. With a single slash, he broke 7 of its ribs. The King of Bones let out a mournful wail, stood up abruptly, and pulled back the anchor. The anchor swept towards Brando, but the latter did not even look at it. With a cold face, he punched the anchor with a backhand. With a hum, iron anchor straightened its chain and flew back to wrap around the neck of the huge skeleton several times. The huge inertia caused the divine undead to lose its balance and fall back. The holy sword Odorfice that it was holding tightly also flew out of its hand. Brando raised his head and took the holy sword. At the same time, he took a big stride forward, and Gudmod punched his already shattered chest. In a series of bone-cracking sounds, almost half of the King of Bones' body exploded and fell back completely. But Brando quickly grabbed the broken chain of the anchor and pulled it back. In the eyes of ordinary people, the huge body of the divine undead was as light as a rag doll in Brando's hand. It flew back, and Brando directly cut it in half. The broken bones scattered all over the ground, and the 2 halves of the King of Bones fell heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. This battle of small size to gain a huge advantage stunned Alaz, and she could not help but look at Brando with shining eyes. This was a real battle of gods. Although the King of Bones, Gudmod was not a real god, it was at least a demigod existence. Although it was so weak in front of Brando, if it was in the mortal world, even the top existence among the Bugas, their spells would have a hard time hurting this divine undead. Every punch of Brendel's was imbued with the power of time and space. It could be said that every punch tore apart Gudmod's soul essence and extreme plane. The power of the soul was so weak that it could not even withstand a single blow from the absolute control of time and space. What was absolute power? This was absolute power. But Brando did not relax at all. He turned around and shouted, "The Shire! Found it, my lord!" The Shire's eyes were flashing with a bright blue light. He was using the spell of future foresight to filter the cards in his deck of cards of fate. Page after page of cards in his eyes, he finally found the one he was looking for. At this time, the lantern in Gudmod's hand lit up. It was already the 7th or 8th time it had used this ability. As long as the light of this undead divine artifact shone on its body, all injuries would be healed. The Shire displayed his spell. Ineffective. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. You gain 10% of your mana. The lines of law in the space lit up layer by layer. With a cracking sound, the lantern in Gudmod's hand dimmed. The huge undead wailed. The phosphorescence in its eyes dissipated bit by bit. Its entire body seemed to have lost the power that held it together. With a loud bang, it broke apart and scattered on the ground. The Shire stepped forward and kicked its huge skull, kicking it into the abyss. Good thing you finally found it. Brando wiped the sacred sword Odorfice and said in an annoyed tone. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll have to fight another 70 or 80 rounds with this damned undead here. When we get back to Wonde, we'll just have to collect the corpses of the others. My lord, the spell of card filtering doesn't always work. It's your fault for being so unlucky. Who's unlucky? The Shire quickly shrugged and changed the topic. Don't Fenice and Minocha also have spells that can destroy artifacts? We don't have the ability to filter cards. The fairy said angrily. Only then did Tia run up from afar. The divine undead were immune to all mortal spells. They were completely useless in such a battle. Unless Medisha could open an enchantment. However, it was clear that Brando did not intend to let everyone give it their all here. The elven girl looked at the scattered bones and could not help but be surprised. It's dead just like that. Isn't it Gudmod? Gudmod is immortal and indestructible. Medisa replied with a smile. It's not dead? Brando walked over and picked up the lantern. There was a long crack on the surface of the lantern, but the crack was obviously slowly healing. The bridge keeper of the Bridge of the Dead, the Lord of the Undead. This is also a curse. It curses it to wander around here for eternity. As long as its divinity is not extinguished, it will not die. He casually threw the lantern into the dust, but Tia ran up and picked it up like it was a treasure. No matter what, it was a divine artifact. Brando raised his head and looked at the fog in the distance. Let's go. The repose of the dead moon may be in front of us. The repose of the dead moon. It's the holy land of the undead, the place of eternal rest. Mephistopheles replied with some longing. The undead will sleep here forever, never to remember the mortal world. But they will be truly reborn in the sea of death. Their souls will return to the world tree, and one day, they will finally be reborn in this world in another form. The land of eternal death is the final destination of all undead. It is the place where the goddess of the dead moon's divine kingdom, Elodiner, is located. Metisha also replied. But Brando suddenly stopped. More corpses appeared in the fog. It was a dog-like monster the size of a small mountain. Everyone had to look up to see its full appearance. Its body was covered with wounds, and bronze blood flowed out from the wounds, but it had long dried up. Brando saw the color of the blood and could not help but twitch his eyelids. What is this? Scarlet asked doubtfully. The dusk wolf, the offspring of Fenrir? Look at their blood. The deer-bodied demoness reached out and touched the monster's sticky blood. The blood on her finger was a bright copper color. She said, "This is Garm's son." Garm? The doomsday hound in the pale poem, the vanguard of the dusk, Irene replied. But they are actually not of the dusk tribe, but of the bronze species. Bronze species. This term made everyone's heart tremble. The bronze species was the missing bloodline between the iron and silver species. Legend said that they were the descendants of the giants, one of the last races created by the divine people. They were the only existence in this world that could perfectly accept the authority of Tiamat and absorb nutrients from the dark magic. They were a powerful and perfect race, but unfortunately, they were born bloodthirsty, cruel, and warlike. They were created by the gods and abandoned by the gods. They joined the Dusk Dragon and betrayed the Dusk Dragon. It could be said that they were a race with a bad fate. It was no wonder that the divine people called them failed experiments, although Brando himself did not like the name. But perhaps it was also luck in a sense. It was because of the betrayal of the bronze species that the iron people, as mortals, could appear in this world. Is this the legendary bronze species? Scarlet boldly touched the skin of the offspring of Garm. It was cold to the touch, but she could clearly feel the existence of Tiamat's law. The monsters are their descendants? Brando nodded. But why are there bronze species here? The little female dragon was a little surprised. Shouldn't they have been extinct long ago? This is just a corpse, Flofa pointed out her faulty wording. It doesn't prove that they are not extinct. But I always feel that it's not that simple. Alaz replied solemnly. The battlefield here doesn't seem to be that old. In fact, since the era of Azure, the bronze species have gradually faded out of history. Brando also agreed with this statement. At least in the history he knew, there was no record of the bronze species and the undead fighting. The Bugas recorded that they were gradually wiped out by the divine people and the gods after the War of Azure, and after that, the gods gradually faded out of people's sight. Maybe they have been hiding here all this time? Tia asked. The gods have long passed away, and no one knows what happened in the lower realm, right? This sentence vaguely reminded Brando. But he shook his head, but there was some doubt in his heart. He always felt that he seemed to have thought of something, but whether it was the memory of the previous or the previous life, it seemed to have nothing to do with it. In The Amber Sword, he had never heard of the Bronze Clan. Everyone slowly walked forward. There were more and more corpses in the darkness, but not only the bronze species, but also the crystal clusters and demons. The Shire raised his staff, letting the tip of the staff shine brightly. The light penetrated the floating fog, outlining the mountains of corpses a little further away. There was silence all around, and a few world tree roots pierced through the darkness in the distance, passing through the fog above everyone's head, making the whole space strange and eerie. Everyone quietly looked at the battlefield of unknown era, and the fierceness of the battle was beyond imagination. What was puzzling was that the dusk, the undead, and the bronze species all seemed to belong to different camps, and judging from the state of the corpses, they were fighting each other. This was really too strange. Tia lifted Modgud's soul lamp and pretended to shine it around, but Falerne glanced at her and said coldly, "Throw it away." The little elven girl blinked and looked at her sister pitifully, whispering in a low voice, "This is the Lord's trophy." Falerne looked at Brando coldly, and Brando hurriedly said, "I don't want this thing. Although this lamp is a divine artifact, ordinary people can't use it. By the way, when it's restored, Modgud might come back to life and come looking for you, Tia." Tia was startled, and couldn't help but lift the lamp to take a closer look, as if there really was a ghostly fire burning in the lamp. She was so scared that her face turned pale, and she hurriedly put down the lamp, trembling a little as she spoke. I'll put it here, Can I? I think you'd better put it back on the bridge, Tia, the Shire replied with a smile. Alone? Tia was about to cry, her legs gave way, and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Ferlin was quick enough to grab hold of her sister. She held Tia's hand and patted her back to comfort her. Then she raised her head and glared at Charles. The Shire shrugged. As for Metisha and Scarlet, they couldn't help but laugh. Alaz looked at the battlefield shrouded in fog and darkness, and the little female dragon's face had a rare solemn expression. What a great battle! For a dragon who inherited knowledge from her bloodline, the silent scene clearly evoked some memories in her heart. It was a great battle. Brando also nodded. The world tree roots gathered here, forming an open plain, and the outline of a Ludinir's palace could be seen in the distance. This was the land of eternal rest, where countless corpses slept in the darkness, but none of them were below the level of a lord. The 7 stone slabs in his hand shot out beams of light, occasionally changing direction, but always pointing towards the divine kingdom of the goddess of the fallen moon. In the end, there was no path left, and they could only move forward by stepping on the bones. The sound of bones cracking was terrifying. As Hippamela walked, she gestured with the hammer in her hand. She seemed to have found something interesting and swung it down. The head of the hammer stopped above the head of a white skull on the side of the road. Hippamela proudly raised her chin. But it was at this time that a cracking sound came from the darkness. The priestess was startled. She raised her hammer in confusion, but the white skull was clearly intact. A pair of black eye sockets stared at her motionlessly. Hippamela turned around, and found that everyone was looking up at a nearby mountain of bones. A human skeleton was rolling down from that direction. The Night Song Tiger and the others immediately prepared for battle, and Scarlet and Metisha also put down their spears. As for Tia, she was already scared into a quail, and hid behind her sister with a pale face, fearing that Mr. Modgud would come for her. A deformed monster appeared on the mountain of bones. Chapter 1540. When Brando saw the monster, he frowned slightly. It was the son of Garm. It seemed that he had already understood who was the final victor of this tragic war. After the great battle with the Dusk and the undead here, the Bronze race had been dormant in the underworld of Helm for thousands of years. As expected, they did not perish, but Brendel was curious. Did they come here before or after Kleist left her divine kingdom? But Brando could not help but complain about another thing in his heart, and that was, how much of the information given by the Bugas was reliable? What kind of nonsense was this guardian of knowledge? Now, he began to wonder if the ancestors of the Sossalds had been banished from Ebabel Fortress to the mortal world because they had been banished from the Great Silver Library by the gods. After all, after the Azure War, Babel Fortress had lasted for quite a long time before it officially died of old age. And with this work attitude it was very possible. Brando and the others looked back, and pairs of green eyes appeared in the darkness, counting from afar, thousands of them. Anyone would feel their hair stand on end if they were stared at by so many glowing green eyes, let alone in this strange environment. Medusa, Irene, Scarlet, Andrea and the others subconsciously moved closer to him. The little female dragon and Flora also revealed their dragon wings, protecting the spellcasters in a circle. This was the most direct warning posture of the dragons in human form. But the two pairs of scaled wings, one gold and one silver, were quite beautiful under the faint light. "What do we do?" the Shire asked in a low voice. "What else can we do?" Brando had already drawn the holy sword Odorfice from his back, the blade gleaming faintly under the cold light. Of course, the best strategy is to run, but perhaps the son of Garm also understood his words, and with a long howl, the vicious hound on the mountain of bones had already swooped down. That scene was simply shocking. It was as if countless rats were rushing down and converging into a surging torrent. However, unlike the rats, this was a type of monster that was extremely aggressive. 10 meters away, the demon hound Garm had already bared its fangs and pounced over. The Shire stretched out the staff in his hand, and the hound flew back, rolling into a ball with another of its kind behind it. Probably because he felt that this method was very effective, Charles simply muttered something and cast a wall of law in front of him. An invisible ripple spread out, and the demon dogs crashed into it one after another. In the blink of an eye, a thick layer of law was piled up. Seeing this, the others followed suit. Brando threw the light ball in his hand to Tia, and at the same time, opened his left and right hands, immediately forming an impassable barrier on the left and right. As for Mephistopheles and Andrique, their soul net was quite useful here. "Which way?" Charles shouted over his shoulder. "Tia!" Brendel called out. "Ha! Oh!" Tia hurriedly looked at the light ball in her hands, and a beam of light shot forward. But just as she was about to cry, the beam of light shone on the belly of the hounds in front of her. Outside the wall of law, the demon hounds had already blocked her view. Although the little girl tried her best to stand on her toes, it was to no avail. She could only anxiously shout, "My lord, I can't see." Brando shook his head and grabbed her by the collar, lifting her up and putting her on his shoulder. Tia's eyes finally lit up and she quickly shouted, "Over there, over there. Speak human language." Brando shouted in annoyance. "There are a lot of palaces over there." "It's a Lucinil," Medusa immediately replied. At this time, a fish that had escaped the net drilled through the gaps of the intertwined soul net. The little elf princess stabbed her spear with the back of her hand and pierced through it. Everyone immediately charged towards the divine kingdom of the goddess of the dead moon. Although they were not afraid of these low-level magical creatures with their strength, no one knew how many of them there were here, or even if there was something else behind them. Besides, even if they had the strength to kill all of these things, they did not have that much time. Brando quickly led the others to open up a bloody path, while Irene summoned vines from behind to block the hound's pursuit. The group quickly entered the territory of Alucinil's divine kingdom. Soon, a long flight of stairs appeared in front of them, and the stairs led up to the palace in the fog. That was the Stairs of the Dead. In the golden age of the Divine Kingdom, there were countless ghosts wandering the Stairs of the Dead, and they were all Kleist's subjects. But now the gods had long since passed away, and Kleist, who was controlled by the Twilight Dragon, was just a puppet that had lost the power of the law of Tiamat. Alucinil's divine kingdom had not been visited by outsiders for tens of thousands of years, and as far as the eye could see, it was barren and empty, like a dead zone. In the distance, the temple hidden in the dense fog was also a scene of desolation and ruin. Tia sat on Brando's shoulder and looked back, her little face pale. Behind them, the descendants of Garm were still in hot pursuit, rolling in the fog like a grey torrent. What scared her even more was the countless eyes in the darkness, which looked like a galaxy from afar. A descendant of Garm pounced over, and she screamed in fright and threw out a fireball. But not only did the fireball not blow the hound away, it angered even more of the descendants of Garm. Brando looked back and estimated the distance slightly, then pulled out the holy sword Odorfice and swung it back. A golden light suddenly appeared, and the two arcs of the sword were thousands of meters long. It flew over a distance of dozens of feet and landed heavily on the Stairs of the Dead. After a loud crack, in a thunderous roar, the Stairs of the Dead broke in front of everyone's eyes and fell into the endless abyss. This attack completely blocked the path of Garm's descendants, and countless vicious dogs rolled down the cliff together. Their cries could be heard clearly from miles away. Andrique and Mephistopheles looked at this scene, dumbfounded. The vampire girl even lost her composure and shouted, "Sir, are you crazy? This is the Stairs of the Dead. This is the sanctuary of Lady Kleist. How can you do this? The goddess will not let you go." Brando glanced at her and said, "Your goddess left here an era ago." "But—" Andrique opened her mouth, and her bright lips squirmed, but she could not say anything. She wanted to refute this treacherous person, but she could not produce any strong evidence. At this time, another earth-shattering roar came from the darkness in the distance. It was the sound of a building collapsing. Everyone could not help but look in that direction, and saw that the west side of Eliudner's divine kingdom in the darkness had suddenly collapsed, and about a third of the area had completely disappeared. "Looks like Kleist has no time to trouble us for the time being." Brando looked in that direction and said. Andrique's face was full of shock and anger. Tia's mouth was wide open. "The goddess is really angry." Before she could finish her sentence, a gigantic head suddenly emerged from behind the cloud of dust. The head was almost as tall as a three-story building. Its long ears stood up high, and its two glowing eyes were like two full moons. When it noticed Brando and the others, it opened its mouth and revealed two rows of snow-white fangs. It was obviously a canine, or rather, a hound from hell. If it was a descendant of Garm, it was obviously many times bigger than the descendant of Garm. The hound shook its head to shake off the dust and pebbles on its body. From a distance of a few miles, some pebbles could be seen flying towards it and landing on the stairs. Then the huge hound gradually stretched its body and slowly stood up. It was like a moving mountain. The Shire could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. "That's Garm's original body, the Doomsday Hound," Metisha added softly. "That's a mythical hound. Are we its match?" the Shire asked. Brando shook his head. Garm's strength was probably on par with Solomon. With the support of the law of Tiamat, he really did not care about this thing. But it was still an existence close to a god. They did not have so much time to waste on this thing. "Mephistopheles, you are an undead. You should be more familiar with the land of eternal rest than we are. Take the others to the sanctuary of the goddess." "I don't believe it can even enter the relics of the saint," he said. "The sanctuary of Lady Kleist?" Mephistopheles had never heard such treacherous words in his life. He subconsciously looked at his sister. "But take him there." Andrea, on the other hand, had already calmed down. She glanced at Brendel and replied in a huff. "If the goddess was there, she would have killed this treacherous bastard with one slash. Your goddess may not be my match now." Brando was still in the mood to joke. The vampire lady was so angry that her teeth were chattering. Mephistopheles could only nod helplessly. At this time, Garm had completely awakened. The light in its eyes became brighter. It straightened up and jumped lightly to a place very close to them. A temple building collapsed under the hound's stomp. It looked down at Brando and the others in the smoke and dust. Brando felt the ground shaking. He put Tia down and looked up at the behemoth. You guys go first. I'll hold this thing back. My lord. Tia's eyes were red. Don't make it sound like it's a parting of life and death. Brando rolled his eyes. This thing is no match for me. You guys save me some time. It was only then that everyone understood. Brendel had Ropar stay behind to fight with him, while the others dispersed into the holy temple. But Garm obviously did not intend to let anyone go. When it saw the Mephistopheles moving, it immediately pounced in that direction. You're courting death. Brando did not expect this thing to ignore him. This stupid dog's brain did not seem to be enough. He raised Odorfice and attacked with Flash Strike Sword Art. A dazzling golden line flashed in the darkness. Garm was alerted and stopped in its tracks. The golden line cut less than 10 feet in front of its claw, and with a dull rumble, the entire holy temple seemed to sink down half an inch along the thin line. It was only then that Garm turned around, his eyes glinting coldly at Brendel. Brando did not talk nonsense with it. His body flashed 3 times in a row, and the holy sword in his hand pointed straight at Garm's head. The Doomsday Hound howled and also swung its claw at Brando. The sword and the claw clashed in mid-air, creating sparks. Brando was stunned. He did not believe it and slashed 3 more times. The same 3 golden lines swept past and sparks flew. How hard is this thing? This thought flashed through Brando's mind. He had already reached the limit of his strength, and the golden flame holy sword in his hand was supported by the law of space. Yet, the sword only created sparks on the dog's claw? At this moment, Brendel finally had a first-hand understanding of the Bronze Tribe's strength. But it did not matter. If the sword was not enough, there was still the fist. Brando put away his sword and punched directly on the soft flesh of Garm's claw. At that moment, the line of law behind him flashed and disappeared. Garm screamed, and the flesh on its palm burst open. This was the so-called big also has a big disadvantage. Although this stupid dog's claw was very hard, not every part of its claw was horny. But even under such circumstances, Garm could still launch a counterattack. With a backhand claw, it swept Brando heavily. The latter flew out like a cannonball and fell into the group of temples in the distance. However, this attack did not make Garm feel better. Instead, it made it even more furious. This was because when it retracted its claw, it found that a part of its hard mane had been burnt, and golden flames were almost seeping out of its claw. In the ruins, Brendel flipped over and stood up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The golden patterns on his body burned fiercely and spread all over his body. This was the golden flame holy blood of the Templar Knight, the Crown of Thorns. With his defense and recovery ability, Garm's claw had injured him at least 10 times more. In other words, if he wanted to, even if he stood here and let Garm attack, he would definitely not be the first to die. But Brendel did not have the time for that. He looked at the furious Garm, shrugged, and walked towards the top of the holy cathedral. Garm's claw had helped him a lot. At least, he did not have to run away. As soon as he turned around, Garm let out an angry roar and pounced on him again. Brando had expected that this stupid dog would not give up. He did not even bother to look back and only shouted, "Ropar!" "Here." The Fireclaw Lizard Man Lord replied. A golden flame suddenly broke out of the dense fog and hit Garm's head. Compensation. Instant spell. Calculate all damage received in this turn and deal the same amount of damage to the target creature. If the player has any wrath counters, move all wrath counters. Every time a wrath counter is removed in this way, the same amount of mana cost will be deducted from this card. With an earth-shattering shriek, the pitiful Doomsday Hound tumbled back once again. This time, the injury had hurt its tendons and bones, and it could not stand up again for a long time. Ropar expressionlessly extended his hand to Brando. Brando looked up and grinned, firmly grabbing his hand. The Fireclaw Lizardman Lord pulled Brendel up the steps of the Holy Temple. The two of them looked down at the smoke and dust below, then turned around and walked back, side by side into the center of the kingdom of Eliudanir. In front of them was Klyce's living place, the sanctuary of the dead moon. The others were waiting for the two of them on the platform above the steps. Tia looked down with some doubt and asked, "That big guy won't come after us again?" Brando looked at the two scythe-wielding statues of the Grim Reaper outside the sanctuary of the dead moon and replied, "It can try, but I don't think it has the guts." Sure enough, when Tia looked down at the group of temples below, Garm wandered angrily in the ruins for a while, but in the end did not dare to chase after them. Obviously, this thing had suffered here before. Look at the beacon, Tia. Brando reminded her. Tia hurriedly took out the ball of light from her sleeve, only to find that a straight ray of light pointed straight into the depths of the temple. Brando was slightly startled. He did not expect that he would hit the jackpot, and the direction of the beacon was actually in the Dead Moon Sanctuary. But he was a little puzzled. Why would the seat of destiny be in this place? It did not seem safe here, not to mention that the goddess of the dead moon, Cleis, had already become a puppet of dusk. He stopped, only to find that the little female dragon beside him also stopped and looked into the temple. The two of them looked back at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What did you think? Alaz asked softly. What about you? It's the same question as before. Why would the Bronze Clan appear in this place? The little female dragon's golden eyes flashed with doubt. Did they come here before or after Cleis left her divine kingdom? Did the gods really annihilate them? There is a very important question. She thought for a moment and added, don't you think it's strange? The time of the god's death is actually very close to the extinction of the Bronze Clan, around the time of the Battle of Azure. I didn't think that much. Brando replied. I just feel a little strange. I feel like I'm very familiar with this place. No, not familiar with the divine kingdom of Alicinaire, but there are some hidden things here that make me feel familiar. Have you been here before? Alaz asked. Brando slowly shook his head. The group had already walked past the two of them into the temple, but suddenly, the Shire in front of them stopped. He turned back and shouted, My lord, take a look at this one last time. Brando walked over and followed the Shire's gaze. In the middle of the dark hall, a perfect woman sat on the throne. Her long black hair hung from the back of her head all the way to the shiny obsidian, like a waterfall. Her figure was tall, like a peerless sculpture. A long reptilian tail extended from under her robe, lazily curled on the ground. But the layers of black silk robe did not add any color to this goddess, because any mortal attire would hinder her majesty. When people saw her, all they could see was her pair of starry eyes. Chapter 1541. The battlefield was already in a state of chaos. The sky in the north was burning fiercely, and there were streaks of dazzling black smoke hanging in the sky. Scornful Tast's mountain-like corpse crawled on the horizon. Its crystal-like body was covered with vines, and a hole filled with cracks pierced through its body. It quietly stared in front of it. There, Valhalla's dim crown was slowly regaining its luster. The dazzling pillar of light was like a verdant dream, engraved in the memories of everyone who saw it. The roots of the giant tree were once again inserted into the ground, and the sparkling radiance of magic flowing under the plateau could be seen from dozens of miles away. However, Valhalla had almost withdrawn from the battle. The Crystal Cluster Lord's figure towered into the clouds on the other side of the giant tree, continuously attacking Valhalla's defenses. Every time it collided with the hemispherical net of light, the entire stronghold would shake intensely. The Valkyries had already taken to the sky, riding around Farah and attacking. However, from afar, it looked like a silver light spot beside an amethyst mountain. Tens of thousands of purple light formations suddenly appeared on Farah the Errant's huge body, and beams of purple light shot out from the formations. The Valkyries were instantly drowned in a sea of purple light, and some of them were hit and fell down from time to time. A silver arc suddenly pierced through the sea of purple light. Talman had finally completed his spell, and the surface of the crystal within a radius of dozens of feet collapsed. Farah screamed in pain. Like a shockwave, the sea of crystal clusters within 1,000 meters of him shrank in unison. However, this was only a silhouette of the vast battlefield. Thick smoke and dust shrouded the entire battlefield. People had already lost contact with most of the troops, and the people on the battlefield could only fight on their own. Fortunately, the crystal cluster had also lost one of the 3 crystal towers. The White Lion Knight who had launched the attack had long been separated from each other. However, Freya still continued forward, moving in the direction of the other crystal tower in her memory. She was already injured all over, and she pushed away the corpse of a crystal cluster with difficulty. Amidst the cracking sounds, the sword in her hand also broke into several pieces. Freya raised her head with some difficulty. She could still see the scene of the battlefield in the sky. The crystal cluster, giant dragons, floating battleships, griffin knight, and wyvern cavalry weaved in and out of the vast sky. However, the battlefield had already reached its most intense stage, and no one could tell who was who. With an earth-shattering explosion, it was as if a sun had risen in the sky, and the bright light even lit up the layers of clouds. A huge black rhombus-shaped crystal was slowly falling through the clouds, slanting and crashing into the ground. Dazzling flashes kept bursting out from the surface of its rhombus crystal. Those were silver light spots that were crashing into the enormous body that looked like a floating city. And every light spot of light was a floating battleship. The Banksians, Aween, and Bugas resolutely carried out their tactics. Floating ships were gradually leaving the formation. Before they left, they fired their cannons to salute everyone. Then, in the blurry tears of the people, they streaked across the sky and let out a final flash. The Black King, Fitztom, who had been insufferably arrogant for 7 generations, had reached its end on this battlefield dominated by mortals. Above its gigantic body, there was an astonishingly large hole. The Silver Elf Lord, whose armor was in tatters, slowly stood up. He was the hero of this generation of the Silver Elves and had experienced countless battles. But here, perhaps this would be his final stop. He supported himself with one hand on the edge of Fitzthom's broken surface. Facing the howling wind on the plateau, he took off his helmet and threw it far away. The helmet rolled and disappeared under the clouds. Silver blood flowed from his forehead. Norn wiped it with his hand, and there was also silver blood on his hand. His partner, his comrade for thousands of years, the corpse of the dragon beast lay quietly in the hole. That was the last glory of the Dragon King's cavalry. He pulled out his long sword and threw it down. The long sword drew an arc in the clouds, and gradually became a shining spot of light. The Dragon King's cavalry would never leave their weapons to the enemy, even after they died. Norn suddenly recalled the holy war thousands of years ago. He stood in the valley and watched his father and brother leave. The elves sang hymns and walked out of the valley where they were born and raised. Many of them never came back. That was the era when the light returned. That was also a great war since ancient times. Just like now. The light above the clouds disappeared. Freya slightly narrowed her eyes, which were fascinated by the dried blood. The sky returned to the color of blood. In the center of the sky, there was a beautiful silver ring. But it was not a decoration. It was the battlefield between the King of Wizards, Solomon, and Harionov. The 2 strongest wizards in the world were going to compete in such a place at such a time. She looked at the beautiful silver ring and the countless crystal clusters that crashed into it, shattering into pieces and falling to the ground. Then she lowered her head, bent down to pick up another long sword, and slowly walked forward. Smoke and dust covered the whole battlefield. But behind the smoke, the black sphere in the center of the battlefield became more and more obvious. A faint pressure surrounded the whole battlefield. A god was getting closer and closer to this world. Dragons flew over the battlefield from low altitude. They were beginning to gather from all directions. Mithril led the dragons to approach the transmission channel from another direction. The dragons had decided to stop it at all costs. The power of a god, even if it was no longer favored by the law of Tiamat, was not something that mortals could compete with. It was a level of power that was far above that of the King of Black, Fitztom. But a shadow was cast in front of Mithril. Arak the Invisible. A huge crystal wasp flapped its wings and flew in the sky, blocking the dragons. Vladimir the Great, who was once again defeated by Solomon, suddenly stopped. Although he looked a little embarrassed, with a scratch on his cheek, and even a piece of his red robe was burned, he looked at the dragons in the distance gloatingly and suddenly laughed. The King of Wizards is indeed the King of Wizards. Solomon, your era even overshadowed the light of all of us. People even think that you are the most powerful wizard in the history of the Bugas. Although I am a little jealous, I have to admit the truth. Vladimir the Great Harionov said in a cadence, "You are indeed very strong, stronger than any of us. But unfortunately, you still can't change anything." He raised his hands and said loudly, "Look around. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than the people of God?" Solomon looked at this man quietly. A long time ago he, Sarander, Yuki, and this man, the 4 of them had supported the Silver Alliance of that era. They had experienced the break with the Myurnas, joined forces to fight against the most powerful spellcaster in mortal history, Tumen, and worked together to establish the order of the continent for 1,000 years after the War of the Holy Saints. Since then, the Silver People had watched over the continent left by Martha in the sky. But to his sorrow, his old friends were drifting away from him. Yuki had broken with the others a long time ago and died in the Great Glacier. Although Sarander did not support the ideas of the Sasaldians, he was closer to the Red and Blue Alliance emotionally. And this man left. He was even further away from them. Vladimir the Great, Solomon said quietly. For the sake of the past, I don't want to kill you with my own hands. Bow to the Erewhon and the Wind Elves. At least people will remember the pride of the Sasaldians. This joke isn't funny, Solomon. You're going to ask me to apologize to some mortals? Vladimir the Great sneered. Do you know why others don't agree with your ideas? Because we are Bugas, born to be high and mighty. No one is high and mighty, Vladimir the Great. Your power and mine come from Tiamat. Lady Martha's grace belongs to everyone in this world, not you and me. But that's what we deserve. Vladimir roared angrily. I worked tirelessly to learn the truth and knowledge of this world in order to obtain the power and status I have today. All of this is the result of our hard work. How can those mortals be on equal footing with us? Based on what you see now, Solomon replied. In this war, the mortals shed no less blood than us, but they get much less than us. We owe them Vladimir the Great. You're crazy, Solomon. You're the crazy one. Solomon enunciated each word clearly. He slowly closed his eyes. I'll say it for the last time, Vladimir the Great. Face your own mistakes. You know who should be responsible for this. The glory of the Sasaldians comes from reason and knowledge, not arrogance and conceit. Vladimir the Great sneered. What if I say no? Solomon opened his eyes at once. The majestic and indifferent silver eyes in his eyes were no longer there. What was left was a pair of eyes shining with golden light. It was as if they no longer belonged to a Bugas, but a pair of dragon's pupils. Vladimir the Great swallowed his last sentence in horror. Bloodline sanctification. The Sasaldian wizard leader screamed in horror. This is the power of existence. How can you touch this level? Solomon looked at him coldly. His mottled long hair turned snow-white in an instant. He only stretched out his hand and pointed. Vladimir the Great's expression froze at the last moment. He watched in horror as the eye of truth in his hand cracked and shattered, and then the silver lines of law around his body disappeared one by one. In the end, even his own sense of existence gradually faded. His body was like sand, disappearing with the wind. At the last moment of his death, Vladimir the Great suddenly thought of a word. The supreme law. Destruction. Solomon took one last look at the place where Vladimir the Great disappeared, sighed softly, closed his eyes, and did not open them again for a long time. Valhalla City was already in chaos. When the entire stronghold began to shake intensely again, Valhalla City was already in chaos. In the tree hall, Haruz staggered, and the crown on his head fell to the ground, rolling into the distance until a hand held it down and picked it up again. Haruz looked at the man in a daze. Count Odin walked over, handed the crown to him and said softly, Your Majesty. Count Odin, you? Odin looked around and said with some emotion, After the royal faction and Her Royal Highness became enemies, I haven't been here for a long time, but not much has changed after the battle with Ampere Seal. I still remember meeting Her Royal Highness and Count Tonagel here, and nothing has changed. The only thing that has changed is the royal faction itself. He looked at Haruz kindly. Of course you have also changed, Your Majesty. The late king must have been pleased with your growth in the underworld. Haruz held the crown in his hand and stood silently in place. He also thought of his father. That long time ago, his childhood with his sister seemed to have faded a little. Austin raised his head and looked at the tree hall. Through the long glass-arched window, he looked into the distance. There was Valhalla's lush green canopy and the cloudy horizon. Occasionally, there would be a flash of lightning across the sky. Outside the walls of Valhalla Fortress, the huge figure of the High Lord Pharaoh was fighting with the Valkyries, intertwining with silver-white lightning. After a moment he said softly, Your Majesty, the royal faction has done many wrong things, but I still remember the era of the late king, and I still feel proud of that moment. We have lost a lot. Our former comrades have left us one by one. Some have died suddenly, some have gone on a different path. Now that I look back, the faces in my memory have disappeared one by one. All that is left is an old man like me who is struggling at death's door. Count Audine, Haru said softly, that's none of your business. I understand your feelings for Erwin. Count Audine smiled, and there was a faint light in his eyes. Your Majesty, please allow this old man to make a small contribution to the royal family of Cavardo, so that at least 100 years later, when people remember the name of the royal faction, they will not just feel ashamed. He put a letter in front of Haru's. News from the battlefield. The Bugas and the Dragons hope that we Erwin can spare some time to stop the descent of Kleiss, but we have just lost contact with the White Lion Knight, and even Miss Freya is missing. Haruz looked at the old count in a daze. Count Audine. Count Audine just stared at his Majesty with a determined look. Haruz silently lowered his head, and finally nodded. Count Audine bowed, but in his heart, he recalled the first time he was made a knight. The oath he made under the sword was not broken in the end. In the captain's room of the flagship Akhenaten, Manrique quietly looked at the order handed to him by his first mate. He suddenly remembered Count Audine's somewhat ordinary face. Count Audine was not an important figure in the royal faction, compared to Makarov, compared to Fleetwood, compared to Everton, and even compared to Oberway, who had broken off with the royal faction. But when everyone left the sinking ship, when everyone was deserted, there were always some who still held on to their original beliefs. Because they missed the flash of the past. Manrique suddenly remembered his original intention of coming to Tonajil, and remembered the figure he would never forget. He nodded slightly and said, "Give them the fastest ship, and order the fleet to prepare for cover. Make sure everything is done well." The first mate nodded solemnly. Chapter 1542. On the platform of the tree, fast sailing ships were docking. The Hazel craftsmen were busy with the final modification of these airships. Several White Lion Knight were selecting volunteers, but there were so many volunteers that the emergency passage from the lower level to the upper level was blocked. The young and brave Tonajil sailors were loudly refuting the officer's ridiculous conclusion. In the end, why didn't they choose them? You're too young. Sir, I just look young. Sir, we only recruit soldiers here. No, I'm also a soldier. I used to be a cavalryman of the Southern Army. Look at the wound on my arm. It's from the First War of the Black Rose. Why do you Tonajil people look down on me? The young Hazel craftsman looked at the shouting Erewhon people, shook his head, and returned to his post. The chief mate and the bosun stood beside the handsome young man with a sad face. The young man looked at them and said, "I've told you more than once how this anchoring device works. Its core component is this dimensional anchor. This is a dimensional anchor created by a Circle 13 spell. It can disrupt the teleportation effect. Do you know what a Circle 13 spell is?" Yes. The two men nodded. The young craftsman looked at them suspiciously. In that case, you shouldn't delete the operation steps without permission. Whether it's magic or magical engineering, it's a serious matter. If we lose a ship because of your mistake, do you know how serious the problem is? Yes. The two men replied, sweating profusely. Do you really understand? The young craftsman raised his delicate eyebrows. Yes. The chief mate nodded again and again. But why can't we open the mechanical lock and activate the anchoring device at the same time? This can save us a lot of time. I mean, we're going to die anyway. Can't we just activate the spell? The young craftsman stared at the suspicious guy. The chief mate could only surrender. Your Excellency has the final say. Your Excellency has the final say. In short, the young man nodded with satisfaction. Do you all understand? Understood. The bosun elbowed his comrade and replied, In short, Your Excellency can rest assured and leave this thing to us. The young blacksmith furrowed his brows. His slightly curved eyebrows seemed to reveal a ha. You seem to have misunderstood something. Letting you learn how to operate this thing is just a precaution. Who said I was leaving? Can you operate this anchoring device well? But compared to the professionals, you are still far from. The first mate and the bosun looked at each other. But, sir, this ship is... What? Only you are allowed to be brave. But the Hazel people are cowards? He knocked on the Arcanatech device and made a hollow sound. If we can't get rid of that portal, the outcome will be the same even if I stay there. Rather than die at home, I'd rather die at the front lines. But the first mate replied hesitantly, Your Excellency, you'll be more useful if you stay here. The young blacksmith didn't even lift his eyelids and replied, Then I can't do anything about it. This is the prophet's decision. You can raise objections to your commander. Are there any other questions? The first mate and the bosun looked at each other and could only shake their heads. No problem. No problem. The young man looked at the two and the corners of his mouth curled up as if he had won a victory. The bosun picked up the iron ball on the side and asked, Then what is this thing? A cannonball? This is a small anchoring device, the young blacksmith replied. It's equipped for the air cavalry. Its function and magic circle are not inferior to this large device, but the range of its influence is much smaller. In short, this thing needs to be close to a certain extent to be useful. Without protection, it's basically impossible for the air cavalry to enter the portal. So, holding it can only be regarded as a psychological comfort. The bosun held the thing in his hand and looked left and right. Finally he asked, Can we take it? As you wish, the young blacksmith replied. Although this thing is very precious, there are many of them here. The two of them nodded and took one each. Austin looked at the situation in the port from afar, and suddenly felt a little relieved. Because this was such an era. People could generously die in order to protect everything. And this was such an heroine. At this moment, it was destined to shine in the long river of the past and the future. With a soft cracking sound, Freya came back to her senses. The sword in her hand had already penetrated the crystal corpse at some point in time. She coughed heavily and blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth. Strands of blood-soaked hair stuck to her forehead. She pulled back the long sword and actually knelt on the ground because of her unstable strength. Her vision turned black, and a series of footsteps sounded. A small group of soldiers passed by her, but due to the smoke and dust, they could not find the Valkyrie of Erewhon. Freya suddenly felt something in her heart. A monotonous buzzing sound echoed above the sky. It was the sound of the magic engine of the fast-sailing ship. She subconsciously raised her head. In the blood-red sky, a few shining silver lines were piercing through the smoke and fog, cutting across the horizon in a straight line. Freya suddenly froze and opened her cracked lips slightly. A flame was shining in the sky. On the three intersecting horizontal lines, the main fleet of the Bugas and the Banksians had already set up a formation. The flames flickered again, and a path of flames began to slowly extend forward in the sky. In the center was a small but brave fleet, 23 fast-sailing ships with tall silver sails. They moved forward against the wind, like 23 straight silver lines, straight into the clouds. That was the fleet of Erewhon. Under the bombardment of artillery that exploded like fireworks, the brilliant light reflected on the young faces. At this moment, what unfolded in front of them was not just a picture of a huge battlefield, but a colorful path. The path of fire and light extended forward in the sky. Silver Dragon Mithril also raised her slender neck. In her mercury-like eyes, there were flashes of light reflected. In this chaotic battlefield, it was so dazzling. The silver sails broke through the layers of heavy encirclement, separated the smoke and fog. Erewhon came without hesitation. Accompanied by the dazzling light, pieces of light exploded, and the surging crystal clusters could not stop their advance. She suddenly let out a low groan. The dragons spread out in an instant and surrounded Arak the Formless in the center. At this moment, the offensive and defensive positions seemed to have switched. Looking down from the sky, the 23 tiny spots of light were already approaching the huge black sphere. Solomon silently watched this scene from high up in the sky. He had no energy left to cast any more spells, but at this moment, he felt the power of destiny. The mortals stood side by side, and the future of the entire world was connected to each other like never before. Everyone subconsciously looked up and stared at the silver flashes in the sky. Under the attack of the crystal clusters, the 6 outermost fast-sailing ships finally began to slowly fall. Then the other 7 ships. People clenched their fists, but suddenly 3 fast-sailing ships took the initiative to leave the main formation. They accelerated into the sea of crystal clusters. The cannons on both sides spewed out flashes of light, and in the blink of an eye, They were drowned by the sky full of crystal clusters. But just as the light in people's eyes disappeared, the whole sea of crystal clusters suddenly swelled, and a bright flash of light pierced out from it. A newborn sun hung above the clouds, its light scattered in all directions. Facing the light that did not dissipate for a long time, Count Audine walked up to the command platform. Amidst the violent winds, the remaining 7 speedboats had shakily approached their target. "Open the lock." Count Audine calmly gave the order. "Open the lock." Reports came from the remaining airships. "Report the distance." 720. There was the sound of steel twisting in the air. Under the siege of the crystal clusters, the Bonneville on the periphery unfortunately crashed into the Sandeca on the side. The 2 sailing ships broke in mid-air and fell to the ground with a long tail. "Take care, I wish you victory. Long live Erewhon." This was the last signal from the 2 ships. The target was in sight. Count Audine closed his eyes. 5 ships activated the anchoring device at the same time. Five tiny light spots finally approached the edge of the black sphere. In the sky, in the floating fleet of the Erewhon, the Banksians, and the Bugas, everyone held their breath. Their eyes seemed to have reflected the dazzling light that bloomed when the 13th circle spatial spell was activated. On the other side of the battlefield, a tremor passed through Mithril's heart. The silver dragon lady turned around. On the battlefield, Freya looked up at the sky like a stone statue. Suddenly, a long tail swept out from the black sphere. It first hit Count Audine's ship, then the remaining 4 airships in succession. One by one, they were shattered. The specks of light were extinguished, and the fragments that filled the sky fluttered down. In the dark temple, it was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Brando silently clenched the hilt of Odorfai's sword. Cleis, the Lady of the Dead Moon. 10,000 years ago, she was the goddess of sleep and night, the protector of all undead creatures. She was the god of death, but she was also in charge of the priesthood of life because of the cycle of life and death. But not now. After the fall of Tiamat, the lady, along with most of the gods, became the puppet of the Twilight Dragon. At this moment, the 2 sides were standing on opposite sides of a clear line. They were enemies, not friends. Brando turned around and glanced at Andrique. The vampire lady looked away guiltily, but she still looked at her goddess on the throne with a complicated expression. She was once the protector of all undead. At that moment, Mephistopheles and she suddenly understood how the dragons felt. However, the goddess on the throne was very calm. Her eyes were as deep as the stars as she looked at everyone. She seemed to have exhausted all her strength before she slowly opened her mouth to say 3 words. "Kill me." With a clang, the machete in Andrique's hand fell to the ground. Cleis closed her eyes, but when she opened them again, there was only cold murderous intent left in her dark eyes. The huge black sphere was suspended motionlessly on the Karsuk plateau. It was as if nothing had happened. Everyone looked at the scene in a daze. The wreckage of the airship slowly drifted to the ground. The sky was unusually calm, and even the fire had stopped. The 3 airships did not know whether to continue the attack or if the god had come to this world. Manrique touched his cheek, and his palm was wet. Outside the porthole, there was a black trail in the sky. Was it a sign of the arrival of the end of the world? There was a whining sound on the plateau. It was the sound of the retreat of the troops. No one could compete with a god. The tragedy of the Battle of Metz could not be repeated here. On the battlefield, the Banksians were the first to retreat, followed by the other countries on the Great Plains, followed by the Lion Men of Toquinen, and finally the Highland Knight. Bun-eyed, the leader of the Highland Knight, wiped the sweat off his palms and looked at the 2 remaining crystal towers on the battlefield from afar. He sighed with regret. But he did not hesitate. He threw down the long sword in his hand and rode back. Behind him, there was a silver wave. The Silver Elves and the Earth Legion were covering the retreat of the mortals. But in the tide of retreat, there was one person who was going against the flow. Freya slowly straightened her body and walked forward resolutely. A crystal worm in front of her parted the dust and pounced at her. She swung her sword backward, and the blade and the crystal worm's head split apart. But at the same time, she was knocked away and fell heavily on the ground. Freya gritted her teeth and crawled up again. She wiped the blood off her forehead and walked forward, 1 step at a time. Beside her, Some soldiers finally noticed the existence of the Valkyrie of Erewhon. They stopped and looked at the female knight who was going against the flow in surprise. The people stepped aside and let Freya pass through them. Outside Valhalla, Tulman, who was resting, suddenly stood up from the city wall in confusion. In the sky, Solomon opened his eyes again, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. A breath had completely disappeared from the battlefield. The silver dragon lady turned over and dodged Arak's crystal spike. She let out a low-frequency cry, calling for her companions to reform the formation and begin to climb in order to occupy a more advantageous position to attack. 2 or 3 silver lights flashed on the ring on her claw. Mithril lowered her head. It was a message from 2 young dragons from the periphery of the battlefield. Disappeared. She was slightly stunned. Mithril stretched her wings and turned in the air to look at the center of the battlefield. But immediately, a trace of disbelief flashed in her silver eyes. In the sky, there was still a faint pressure from Kleiss. But the teleportation beacon had disappeared. In Valhalla, William opened the door and walked out. He looked up, and his eyes were filled with confusion. The teleportation beacon had disappeared. Why? Could it be that Erewhon's people had achieved their goal at the last moment? But they had not arrived. Wait, they had arrived. A flash of light flashed in the mind of the wizard leader. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.